Dear friends, friends of basic income and skeptics of basic income, but friends of basic income experiments, I would say welcome to this meeting, all of you in this room and all of you wherever you are following this meeting that we have here. And I'm especially pleased to have our international friends here from the Netherlands telling what is happening there. And I hope that this Finnish winter is not too stressful and too cold for you, because I think that in the Netherlands you don't have that much snow as we have here just now. So it's our great pleasure to welcome all of you here. Today, the first sessions are dealing with the experimental settings and experiments in the Netherlands. And then later we will go through the Finnish experiment, and the day will end up with discussing and comparing basic income research settings and possibilities for basic income schemes here and there. And the first sessions the first session will start with the presentation by Jürgen de Wiespelare. Jürgen, where are you? You are there, yes. Welcome, and the floor is yours, so that you can start, and we will gradually continue with other presentations. Yeah, I will come.
So I have a presentation here. I only have one slide. Took me 3 hours to make it. It's a very important slide. You'll see. It's not that one.
Sorry, what is the other one?
That's great. So, okay, thanks Olli for the introduction, and thanks everyone for coming as well. So I hope with me you're very excited. We always thought that it was a great idea to put Dutch people and Finnish people in one room, because we face this unique situation where hopefully there will be experiments going on at the same time, more or less lasting the same amount of time, but in two very different countries, and you know, in various sort of ways, quite a lot of differences and some similarities as well. So we thought this is an opportune moment to learn from each other. My job now, in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes, is just to kind of put this in a context a bit, because although everyone talks about Finland and Utrecht, well, you know, which is kind of confusing because there's a lot more municipalities involved, but nevertheless the media keep talking about Utrecht the whole time. Everyone talks about these two countries, but actually there is a bit of a history around basic income experiments, and there's quite a lot more going on even right now than just Finland and the Netherlands. So this is where my 3-hour slides comes in. So we're starting basically with something that I'm sure everyone knows about, which is in the 1970s we had a series of negative income tax experiments. So when people think about basic income experiments, that's usually when, you know, when people start focusing. We've had them in the USA, and we've also had them in Canada, the Mincome experiment. The Mincome experiment is worthwhile flagging out separately, because largely through the work of Evelyn Forget, who actually will be visiting Helsinki next Friday, and Tampere, she'll be teaching in the basic income course in Tampere next Monday. She has very famously recovered a lot of the data of the Manitoba experiment that happened, and kind of brought a lot of this experimental idea around basic income back into focus as well. So it's worthwhile mentioning is, what's really interesting is that we've come across a big gap until we get towards the end of sort of, you know, the decade around 2000. So in 2008, we had two pilots starting. We had one in Namibia, which lasted a couple of years. It was a pilot that basically was run by a consortium of NGOs, if you want, and church groups. Okay, so this is actually privately run. This has nothing to do with government, which is quite different. You know, the Canada Income and the US NIT experiments, this was governments partly being involved. In Namibia, this is totally not the case. And Quatingo Velo is another of these pilots in Brazil, a very small village in Brazil. I think it's about 67 people that are actually getting a little bit of money. And that's an experiment or a pilot. It's not really an experiment that is running at the moment. One of the reasons why this is in green, these two, Namibia and Brazil one, is because they actually don't do an experimental design at all. This is more about piloting the idea. So they're very keen of demonstrating what's been happening. What's happened next, and this is where it starts getting really interesting for those of us who are interested in experiments. We have a famous experiment in India. So Guy Standing, who's talked here before about this a couple of, before the summer basically, very famously got involved with a number of people at SEWA, the Self-Employed Women's Organization. And they ran an experimental design in the India context, right? This is, of course, a developing world context, very different. Again, this is a project that was basically run through private organizations, mostly. Not particularly government. Government was quite happy to look at it, but was not really involved. So what we have then, so these experiments are finished, India's finished, and there's a book volume that came out of it. And then we're coming at the moment now. So the moment now we have a series of experiments that are running in developed world context, right? Mature welfare states, if you want. So we have Finland, we have the Netherlands. I don't need to go into any details because we'll be talking about that for the rest of the day. But on top of that, there's a couple of other experiments worth mentioning. Ontario, the province in Canada, has actually 2 days ago launched a public consultation. So the government there, over the summer, has been running a lot of discussions. Different departments have been inviting a lot of views from experts, have been coming up with a commitment. I think the commitment is something for $25 million. Commissioned a report that was published, I think, a week or two ago by Hugh Segal, the senator, with a lot of recommendations and, an idea of how to run it, which sort of things to measure, how to go about with it. But, very important, they've now moved to the next phase, which if they launch the public consultation, they're inviting both the general public and experts, including NGO groups, First Nation groups, to comment on this report. So it looks like Ontario is very much on the way of genuinely planning another experiment. Quebec is a little bit behind. So last September, there was a big event organized by the government party there, the Liberal Party, in which, this is a yearly event, and this time, basic income and basic income experiments specifically took up half the program. So, this material was presented. People were talking about experiments in front of Prime Minister of Quebec, Minister of Employment, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Employment, who in a past life used to be an academic and actually wrote a book, one of the first books in French on basic income, has been sort of sent on a remit and say, look, explore options for piloting basic income, possibly in the form of a negative income tax in Quebec. But, they're a bit behind in Ontario. The Ontario commitments are much firmer, but it looks like Quebec actually might be coming up soon as well. We have Give Directly in Kenya. Give Directly is an NGO that's famous for giving money directly, bypassing a lot of middlemen to poor people, poor communities. They themselves want to run a long-term basic income experiment with quite a large, I think their idea is to run with about 80,000 people, if I got the numbers correct. Sorry? 26,000. 26,000? Why am I thinking 80,000? Okay, 26,000, my mistake. In Kenya. One of the really interesting things there is that this is really, really long term. So they're thinking running 10 years, 15 years. One of the big arguments that we often hear, one of the big objections we often hear is you can't really test for a basic income if you only do 2 years, you know. They are actually able to do this partly because it's a lot cheaper to run it in Kenya. They're able to test for the long-term effects. And we have then 2 other experiments where we're not entirely sure what's happening, or at least I'm not entirely sure what's happening. We have Y Combinator, which is a private firm planning a pilot in Oakland in the United States, but I've actually been trying to get updated information, and there's been a bit of a silence since the summer, so we're not entirely sure what they're actually planning. And most recently in France, there's been a committee report from the Senate generally recommending that in France too, we start looking at basic income pilots. So this is quite a lot of different things, but there's a couple of interesting things to note. One is, I think, is the difference between programs that are really embedded within governments, within administrations, and those that are run privately. Very different in terms of how you deal with challenges, but also very different in terms of the whole policy process, of course, you know. It's one thing in India to come up with a project that has a lot of great results, but then you still need to convince government, who at that point was an outside agent. It's a very different thing if this is done through or very firmly embedded in a government process, right? Another interesting distinction, not all of these are experiments. I mean, every experiment is also a pilot. Not every pilot is an experiment, right? But more and more we see much more attention being paid of, you know, very strong experimental research design, implementation, and so on and so forth. So lots more focus on evidence-based policy making. So really interesting perspectives. With a bit of luck, we may actually have 4 to 5 experiments running within a year or 2. That would be amazing. I mean, that is a serious move from what we have before. So within that context, when we talk now about Finland and Netherlands, this gives you a bit of an idea of the sort of general perspectives.
Thank you, Jürgen. I think that was very inspirational. So my name is Paula Laine, and I will be acting as the chair for our next 2 sessions. And the first session will be concentrating on experimenting with basic income in the Netherlands, and we'll be having some general considerations first. And we'll have 2 speakers. After each one, you will have a chance for questions. And the first speaker, and I collectively apologize if the pronunciations are not perfect, is going to be Sjur Hoemaker. I nailed it. Approx. And Sjur advises the Dutch municipalities that want to experiment with the elements of basic income. He is a quite well-known, acknowledged public speaker on the topic and has been collaborating both with the academic, political and governmental parties. So we'll be hearing your views first. Go ahead, and I'll take up your slides.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see the slides. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me as well. What I'll be doing in this talk is giving you a kind of first overview of what's been happening in the Netherlands, that you kind of update on that. I won't go into detail very much because I'll leave that to my fellow speakers here, that they'll go deeper into the experimental design mostly. I'll focus mostly on what's been happening, what's been leading up to these experiments, what their connection to basic income is exactly and what's not their connection to basic income, and kind of what's happening right now, what the current status is, where we are with these experiments and whether they will be happening and how they will be happening soon. That's going to be my presentation shortly, and I'll be very happy, of course, to answer your questions about anything in more detail afterwards. Yes, please, can I do that here?
You can.
Great, yeah, okay. So, where do these experiments come from? They mostly come from a discussion about basic income. the basic income debate has been around in the Netherlands for tens of years, for decades. But the last 3 years it has gained a lot of momentum, mostly since Rutger Bregman, a Dutch journalist, published an article on the issue, which got a lot of attention, won some prizes, and then a TV show, Dutch broadcasting company, took up the initiative to make a show about it, which was very popular at that point. And this started kind of the conversation. Then at some point, one alderman, actually the one in Groningen, was the first to speak out and say, hey, I can do a basic income experiment in my city. Why not? Why can't we do this in my city? And this kind of got the conversation about the experiments going more. That's kind of the short history, and that was 3 years ago to 2 years ago. Then many municipalities in the Netherlands started considering this. And you kind of have to separate, and I'll come back to this later as well, the discussion about basic income in general in the Netherlands from the discussion about the experiments. The discussion about basic income came also from the international side for many different reasons. There are reasons for kind of the automation, international perspective on it. There were reasons just for kind of the new research coming out on insecurity, what it does with people, that they have a mental bandwidth, which might be kind of making poor people less smart, instead of that less smart people would be poor. These are some reasons. So there were many just discussions going on about basic income in general, but also these municipalities, they were struggling with executing their own function in that sense. They had, in the Netherlands, just gotten a new task of executing this social security system in the Netherlands, the kind of most basic social security system called support in Dutch. And they were facing some problems because this system had become more and more kind of strict and control-based and kind of, in some ways, distrust-based towards people in there. So apart from this general discussion on basic income, which was coming up quite rapidly, there was also this situation in municipalities that were not satisfied with the kind of restrictions they had on executing their own functions from national government. And so also for these reasons, many initiatives started coming up and people started saying, hey, why shouldn't we do an experiment in our municipality? So for different reasons, also depending on who took the initiative, because there might be people from the left taking initiative or people from the right, from the center. For all kinds of different reasons, people started saying, I want to do an experiment for basic income. I want to do it to provide incentives for people to start working, for example. Or I want to do it to give volunteer work some more space and not only look at paid work, paid labor in that sense. Or people, I want to do it because I think people don't need this kind of stress and distrust put towards them. I just want, what if we give people some more space? It might be both more efficient and it might be better for these people and for everyone around it. So there were many different reasons. And this also led to people from different political parties, from different sides of the political spectrum, taking initiative. And not only people in politics, actually. Also, some researchers took the initiative. Some citizens' initiatives were started. So it was very interesting to see this kind of bottom-up movement coming up for people from all kinds of sides of the political spectrum, all kinds of different functions, saying, hey, we want basic income experiments. And the national government was in that sense very much behind, which I think is different here in Finland, where it was the national government initiative. In the Netherlands, we really saw this coming up from a kind of bottom-up discussion in society about basic income and then about, hey, what do we want in the municipalities? That's kind of the context in which these experiments arose since 3 years ago. Then, but how do they relate to basic income? They are not full basic income trials. They were mostly inspired on the idea of a full basic income, so this unconditional, individual, universal income with which you could live, but they weren't full basic income trials, and I'll get back to the reasons for that soon, but let me first explain how they actually relate to basic income shortly. If you analyze our current social security system in Dutch, in the Netherlands, you can see there's kind of 4 functional differences between that and full basic income at this point. So we have, of course, a social security net. We don't have nothing. We have a pretty solid social security net, but there are some fundamental differences. And those are the kind of conditions and control in there, the poverty trap, that it's based on the household and not on an individual level, and that you do kind of direct accounting for income in the system. So it's more like a negative income tax in that sense. Let me shortly go through them to explain them. So conditions and control is mostly just that you have to apply for a job, that you have to participate in all these reintegration projects, that you have to report everything you do. This kind of part of it is, of course, a very different thing from an unconditional basic income in which people just kind of get the freedom, get the money, and are left alone, or at least are not forced to do anything. They might be supported, but they won't be forced in that sense. But in the system in the Netherlands, you have to apply for it. You have all of these kinds of conditions attached to it, and the list has actually grown in the past few years. Then there's the poverty trap, which is more a financial thing. So the system in the Netherlands, when you start working and you're in an allowance in the support system, and you start working, you directly lose the allowance. There's direct, like you have a kind of 100% marginal tax rate at that point. So if you get a part-time job against the minimum wage, you might actually not earn any more extra money when you start working. You might even lose money in some cases, because if you're in special situations, you might lose some other benefits as well, and that might be, that's what we call the poverty trap or the welfare trap in that sense. That's the difference with basic income, of course, because there when you start working, you keep your basic income, you just pay the marginal tax on top of your basic income. So this is a financial thing, a tax kind of thing. Thirdly, our current system is based on the household, not the individual, which is, I think, obvious. So you apply for it on a household basis. If your household doesn't have enough people in there that earn enough money, then you can you qualify for this, or at least you get less if you have a household than just the kind of the sum of the individuals. And lastly, there is the difference between a negative income tax and a basic income, in the sense that in our current system, it's kind of like a negative income tax. You get some extra money on top of your income if you are below a certain threshold. You don't just all get a basic income in advance and then kind of pay it back in the sense via your taxes, because of course in the end it has to be paid from somewhere. So there is in our current system there's a direct accounting for income, and for the basic income, of course, it would be an indirect, because many people would just be financing their basic income from the taxes they pay in the end. These are the four differences, and the experiments focus on the first two of them, so on conditions and control and on the poverty trap, which leaves, in the end, you could say this is not a full basic income, but you're, in a sense, pretty close. If the system would be implemented as in the experiment, the only difference would still be whether it's on an individual basis or not, and so for someone who is living alone, there's no difference, and whether you have a negative income tax for a basic income or not. So this is something to consider in that sense. And there are practical reasons for this and political reasons. The practical reason, in a sense, is that municipalities simply don't have the jurisdiction to go into taxes, so they had to focus on something. They wanted to do something with basic income, and they applied it in our own local environment, which meant that they could only do something within the support system and not in the tax system, because that's income taxes in the government, in the national government side. So that's one thing. But there's also political reasons why the municipal experiments have kind of been separated from the basic income discussion in general. Many municipalities started with kind of explaining to the media, throwing it out there, we want to do basic income experiments. But because of the way it was framed in the media, and because of the way this first article appeared in the Netherlands, which is, I think, very different from how the discussion happened here in Finland again, the first article was called Free Money for Everyone, and the book, later published by Rutger Bregman, was also called Free Money for Everyone. It's Utopia for Realists in English, but in Dutch it was Free Money for Everyone. Which of course has a certain framing attached to it, kind of a utopian framing, and that's certain political parties on national level didn't of course like that framing, kind of like, we have to do something against this. So because of this reason, on the national level mostly, because municipalities like to talk about it as basic income, many of them at least, they were rebranded, the experiments. So the municipalities, when they went to national government to kind of make sure that what they were doing was legal and kind of get the space in the law to do what they wanted to do, they had to rebrand them to, for example, trust experiment, or to welfare with less rules, rule-free welfare, or something like that. This is not true for all experiments. Some came in later and directly took up this approach, but many of them were first inspired as basic income experiments and then chose to rebrand mainly because of this kind of controversy on national level. This is interesting because, yeah, like I said, on the municipal level, there was often kind of an open political discussion as well about the future of work, broad measurement. But as soon as we got to the national level, one party in government, mainly the conservative liberals, because of this framing, was very much against it. And then the other party in government, well, there's all these kinds of political things going on there, but they had to kind of find a consensus there, compromise, the Labour Party. So the whole discussion has been very different on the national level from the municipal level, and this means that the national experiments are much more focused. The national branding is much more focused on only putting people into work and kind of have direct labour participation, whereas all these experiment initiatives came mostly from the idea of really look at the future, experiment with new systems of welfare, measure your policy impact broadly, not only labor participation, but also well-being, health, etc. And just participation in a general sense. Then, lastly, what is the current status of these experiments? Well, there were a lot of municipalities considering this. More than 40, there's been discussions about this, but 19 of those really officially at some point declared, or actually now it's over 20 in some way, have declared, the aldermen have declared, the council members have declared, we want to do an experiment. They said this, they brought this out to the national government, but like I said, the national government was a bit less enthusiastic, and it's kind of, in a sense, it has been kind of a stalling process, so it took about a year in the end for the official government document to come out, and that would allow for these experiments. And this was recently, only 1.5 months ago, finally this document came out with the framework for these experiments that would allow these experiments. But this document was very limiting, and from many different perspectives, municipalities weren't as happy with this because it wasn't really much still like they wanted it, like they started the initiatives. But also, fellow researchers here were not very happy with it because from a scientific perspective, it was also not the quality wasn't very good because there was a lot of, you could clearly kind of see reflected the political discussion that had been going on in the cabinet, in the government, and at that point. So the kind of conservative Liberal Party had put in its own things that came only from the party, not from the municipalities themselves. And you got this really kind of interesting mix of still a bit of what the municipalities wanted and mostly just a political statement from the government in a sense. So that's our current situation. And it's a tough situation because many of these experiments, these municipalities just want to start. They want to start with these experiments, want to really find out whether this works or not. And they kind of now have this limited framework and have to make the choice. Do we continue or do we stop? Do we make a statement and say, no, we don't want this because it's not at all what we intended in the first place. We wanted to do a real, well-started kind of scientific experiment that would really learn us something about this future of the labor market of work or whatever reason they had. Or do we... 5 minutes? I'll be fine. Or do we stop and do we make the statement to stop, or do we continue with this kind of limited framework we have now and try to make the best out of this, kind of try to find the boundaries of what's possible legally in there? And there's been this really funny interaction between basically the Ministry of Social Affairs saying, yes, you can kind of interpret it a bit as you want, but so we can still accommodate for a lot of the things you want. So the Ministry basically saying, this is a political document, but you should just try to fit your own thing in there. But we'll have to see how this develops, whether there will really be this much room. And of course, as from a kind of experimental perspective, we hope that there will be a lot of room. So what will happen with these 20 or so experiments that will want to start? Well, some of them will probably stop. Actually, they will just say, make this statement. But others, especially the 4 municipalities that were the first to declare their intention, which were Utrecht, Wageningen, Groningen, and Tilburg, they have already invested a lot of it in this. And of course, my fellow speakers today are researchers from the universities in those municipalities, and they will probably really try to make the best out of this. And so you will get a separation in a group probably of some that will say, no, this is not what you want, maybe we can do it later in the next government. We have elections next year, so that might be an opportunity at some point to have more ambitious experiments, whereas some will just start these and make the best of it in that sense. And actually today at 4 p.m, there will, maybe I can update you on this in the last part, there will be a vote in Parliament, a voting session, in which also will be included some motions put forward by political parties in Parliament that want to create more room in the current document. So there's been an alternative document proposed by the municipalities that now is in Parliament, and there's this motion to accept this alternative document, but it will probably not pass, unfortunately, because the party in government will probably just vote against it because they have to support their own government, even though they, from kind of an ideological perspective and from what they've been saying in the media in a sense, they do support more room for the experiment. So there's this unfortunate political circumstance that they can't kind of leave their government position. That's today actually, so, but we'll see what comes out of that. Then the experiments that will continue will probably start in early 2017, just like the Finnish experiments. So we'll hope, of course, that these will be the well set up experiments that still make the best out of the room that's there. But at the same time, parallel to this, this discussion on more ambitious basic income experiments continues in the Netherlands. So, for example, last week, because we have elections in March, parliamentary elections, last week the progressive liberals presented in their political program for these elections that they want to support basic income experiments and really do research to basic income as a future of social security in the Netherlands. And there's also been these discussions in the Labour Party, for example, and with the Greens, and also to a smaller extent in actually all political parties across the political spectrum. So this might be a theme in the next elections coming up, and if this very much depends on the outcome of these elections, if some of these parties that advocate this most prominently will end up in government, we might actually have after these or parallel to these experiments that are already running, which are limited in this framework, this might be a step up towards really even more ambitious basic income experiments that will, for example, also look outside of welfare only and look at people with lower income situations or just people in general receiving a form of basic income with taxes included and that kind. So that's what I hope, at least, that the debate will continue in this level and that we'll really learn something about this interesting idea that I guess we're all interested in because we're here. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Chair. It was very interesting indeed. Do we have immediately some questions, or will I start? There's 2 microphones, so if you just raise your hand, and we'll get the microphone to you. While you're thinking of your questions, maybe I will start.
Yeah.
But it was very interesting to hear about this framework document that you were describing. How would you kind of describe what kinds of limitations it generally sets?
Yeah, there's multiple, and that's also the problem with it. If there would be only one, it would be pretty easy to go around them. So, for example, one really kind of funny thing almost, which was also shown in kind of this, came out in this parliamentary session where the ministry was asked about this and couldn't really respond, but there's this passage in there that adds an extra group to the experiment in which people don't get less conditions, but get more conditions or more control or more kind of intensive treatment in a sense. And this was proposed by none of the municipalities, so it just came out of kind of the political party and the government, whereas these municipalities came to the government to ask, can we do these experiments? And then this was just kind of put on there. So this is one limitation. It's not necessarily, it wouldn't be a problem from ideological perspective. That's not the thing with this. It's not that it's not interesting to test in a sense. But the problem is, of course, that if you have people that are part of the experiment and before being put into a group have to say, I want to participate. But there will also be a group in which they might be in a kind of, for them, lesser situation. They might not be willing to participate, so you get this selection bias in there. So there's many scientific reasons why these kind of conditions are not good. That's a very tough one. Together with this, there's the fact that participants can't drop out of the experiment. They have to stay in, which is ethically might be a tough thing as well, especially if you have this intensivation group. That's an issue. There's this really weird passage in there that even though people will have less conditions, municipal governments can still put them back into the condition group after a year in the experiments because if they don't put in enough effort to still get a job in these conditions. So basically then there's nothing left of the experiment if a municipality goes with this. But of course this is something the municipalities can try to interpret as we don't do this, basically. So there's all these kind of passages in there which undermine the fundamental thing, but mostly also make it scientifically less interesting. And that's a big problem. That's also why the researchers, maybe they can also tell a bit more about this, they came up with this open letter to the government saying this is not, with this taken literally, this document, with this document we cannot do interesting experiments. And but of course if it's not taken literally we might still be able to go around a bit. And there's more than this even. There's just a list of things that have been added that don't have to be there but kind of from a political perspective were added in to satisfy, to make this compromise in government.
Thank you. Let's have some questions. There's first question there, if you can get microphone. And when you get the microphone, please also state your name for the streaming.
My name is Pertti Koisen, and I thank you for the very interesting presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned some of the basic motivations which was leading to this initiative at the local level. And you mentioned the issues of control and freedom, poverty trap, and then the question of if the social rights are based on individuals or households. And when looking this list and thinking all the time so that it comes from the local level, I'm just wondering and asking, are there any motivations to improve the employability or the employment issues? Because those issues seems to be the key issues, at least in the Finnish initiative, or when looking the interest of policymakers.
To the employability of people, well, generally this is a clear difference between the Finnish initiative in that sense. Some of these, there's two hypotheses in many of the experiments, which is that when you leave people free, they will still work or do something useful with their lives. That's an hypothesis, of course, and which is kind of supported by most of the evidence out there, but is something that's not generally thought of. And secondly, that there's also this poverty trap, so that might incentivize people, not incentivize people to go to work on a financial sense. And there's a lot in Dutch government in general. There's a lot about employability. There's a lot of projects being run, but that's not really a reason for these experiments. It stands loose from these experiments. There's many initiatives working on that. There's a lot of government programs targeting that part, but these initiatives mostly started from these two hypotheses, and more of them, that if you treat people, give them less stress, kind of less control, then they might take more initiatives themselves as well. If you have more of a kind of supportive attitude than a kind of restrictive attitude, this might kind of free mental bandwidth and allow people to function better. Plus, it's just might be a waste of money, time, and stress on both the side of the government and the people involved to have all these programs we currently have, which are not based on evidence, in a sense. So those are mostly the motivations that are out there. Yeah, I think that does that answer your question, gentlemen?
Okay, let's have the next question. Otto.
Yeah, I'm Otto Kanninen. You mentioned that researchers and commentators in the Netherlands have been emphasizing or wanting to have voluntary participation, whereas in Finland the researchers have been really adamant on emphasizing compulsory participation. Are the researchers here less ethical, or what's up with that? Can you say a few words about it?
I will partially leave this question for my colleagues here as well, but I think there's a difference, and the main difference is, and that comes into the thing I just explained about this extra group that was added to the experiment in the Netherlands. If the only thing that happens in this experiment is something that does not add anything extra, any extra checks, any extra conditions to you, but you can still make use of the support that's there, but you just have less conditions on it, then I think there would be less of a kind of ethical problem with having people just participate in this experiment obligatory, because you don't lose any rights. You're not treated in any way that's less advantageous, because you can still make use of all the support that's out there. You have all your rights. You get everything you need. But if you add a group to the experiment in which suddenly you get a more strict regime in which you have to do more, whereas and you're not able to leave that group anymore afterwards, even though there should be, you as a citizen have a right to be in another group, then I think there's more of a problem, both from an experimental design perspective and from a ethical perspective. So I think this is a major difference, and in Finland, as far as I know, you are in this kind of first situation more, so there would be less of a problem. This might still be a problem. This is something I also leave to the rest of the research maybe to hint on, that indeed in general you need to be able to leave an experiment, but I think that the rate of attrition, in a sense, so people leaving the experiment and people not participating at the start of the experiment because they know they might end up in a worse situation, those things will generally be a lot more of a problem when you have people can't drop out during the experiment, and when you have this this will be more of a problem if you have a more intensive group, then that will actually worsen the situation. Thanks.
Okay, the next question is Markus.
Markus Kanerva, I'd like to ask about other experiments in the Netherlands. Have you run other type of social experiments already, or if I was wondering if this type of basic income experiments are also a new way of building up evidence, because in Finland our basic income experiment is type of a pilot project, at least for the government, to find evidence through experiments.
I think there have been experiments before, of course, although this whole evidence-based policy kind of trend is pretty new worldwide. I think it's very popular worldwide, and I think Finland is probably one of the leading nations in that. And the Netherlands might also be in kind of the top group in being interested in that. So I think that there has been a lot of policy analysis in the past decade, maybe longer. But this is unique in its kind of clear intention to test something larger, and this collaboration between all these municipalities. So the way this initiative arose, and really have a structural analysis of this new policy, kind of national experiment, I think the way this initiative has been taken is quite unique. So we don't have, as far as I know, any experience with such a large kind of national initiative arising in different parts of the country, and then trying to test this all over the country. We have, I think there's more than enough experiments. I think, for example, Ruud Muffels knows quite a lot about these smaller initiatives within municipalities, but we don't have, and we have national programs, of course, in certain parts, but we haven't had this national collaboration, all these universities involved on such a crucial issue, I think, before. So that's very interesting. That's also one of the reasons I hope the space will be provided. I think government is not used to having this. So actually the article that these experiments will be based on which the document is based, I think it wasn't put in the law to kind of allow for this large of a project. Maybe they might not have expected this to happen, to municipalities to make use of this room so much. So that's also maybe why the national government's kind of a bit uneasy about this right now, kind of leaving this much control to municipalities in a sense.
Very interesting. Thank you, Shir.
Thank you.
And now it's time to turn to our next speaker. He's Luc Groot, and they are laughing at me. Anyways, so he is an economist, currently associate professor of economics of the public sector at the Utrecht University School of Economics, and his research focuses on the economics of the welfare state and the interaction with the labor market, with special attention to basic income also. Please, I'll take up your slides.
Okay,
go ahead.
Front page is there. I've brought my, let's see if it works. Yeah, this is what I'm going to tell for today. Wait, first I want to present you some slides that we used at a European Science Foundation workshop at the Bien Barcelona conference in 2004. I found that PowerPoint still on a CD-ROM somewhere in a layer in my desk. And then I want to show you, but it is already briefly said by Shir before, the special conditions attached to the experiments that we want to do because of this straitjacket in this new law. Finally, some reasons to do a baseline survey before you start the experiment. I do not know whether Finland is also thinking about doing a baseline survey before the experiment starts or early in the experiment, and at the end some conclusions. Well, it all started when I read these lines by a book by Tony Atkinson in the book The Basic Income Flat Tax Proposal, and he was referring to the negative income tax experiments in the USA. And in that book he said it might also be a very good idea to launch such a basic income experiment in Europe. And he wrote that already in 1959. 95, 95. And so that was basically the with inspiration. And then I applied for a European Science Foundation grant to organize a workshop, invited some people from the USA to tell about this negative income tax experiments. I think Jürgen was there. And there was also someone else from Finland in that workshop. It was a small-scale workshop, but I do not know exactly who it was.
Anderson, maybe.
Yeah, he was there also, but I think also Virgio Ilka. Might that be the case? Anyway, this is one of the slides I presented there, reasons for European basic income experiments. The first reason is that the move to workfare at that time might also be a good reason to have a basic income experiment, because if you do these workfare experiments, the default, the normal treatment in a city might be different from one city to the other or one country or the other. To see what workfare really does, the impact of all these workfare measures, it would be nice to compare it with the basic income treatment. So even if you are firmly against basic income, you might, and in favor of workfare, you should still support this basic income experiment. That was the argument. Secondly, you can see how it works in practice. I've read the Finland report, and I was very impressed to see the level of detail that if you want to put this basic income in practice, what happens with the marginal tax rate for different levels of income, for this participation tax rate, if people jump from no working to working, and so on. So if you have to set up this basic income experiment, you are forced to spell out how it would work in practice. Thirdly, a third good reason to have a basic income experiment is that it is a very radical idea, so it is very difficult to get enough political support. And if you do this basic income experiment, it provides maybe an additional strategy to get it on the political agenda. We have, in the basic income movement, we have identified different strategies to get basic income on the political agenda, the royal way, simply explaining all the pros and cons and why it is a more just scheme than the scheme that we have now, like Philippe van Parijs is doing. That would be the royal way. Another strategy would be what is called implementation through the back door, or implementation by stealth, by supporting earned income tax credits, for instance, because that might be a step from the present system to a basic income system. But a third strategy would be with a basic income experiment and to show the public what the results are. And finally, it is also the case that due to ICT, to run an experiment now compared to the experiments in the USA at the end of the 60s, early 70s, is much cheaper. That I've learned, I've studied the New Jersey experiments, and for every $3 they spent, only $1 was spent on their transfers, and the other $2, so 2 out of $3 was spent on with administration of the experiment and the research cost. So doing these experiments is very costly, but nowadays due to ICT, maybe we can do it much cheaper. I'm not sure whether this argument is that strong. So, and finally, the fifth reason, basic income might reduce the radical uncertainty of the feasibility of the basic income. And I have here a long citation of Brian Berry, which I think was the promoter of the PhD of Jürgen. Brian Berry?
Very early.
Very early, okay. But he is saying that economists basically are not able to model what would happen if we would reform the system that we have now into a basic income system. Of course, in this general with equilibrium model used by the economists, for instance, the Dutch, the Netherlands Bureau of Policy Analysis, they have simulated what would happen if you replace, if you would implement the basic income. And the good news is, according to this Central Planning Bureau in Holland, that it is feasible. So the flat income tax rate to finance the scheme would be a little bit higher than 50%. So it is feasible. However, labor supply would go down. It would, especially among women, it would go down by about 17%. So yeah, but that is all this general equilibrium outcomes based on a simulation model is based on assumption that is being made on the parameter values, labor supply elasticities of different households, how women react to wage incentives. And yeah, what I think is that it is very difficult for economists to really spell out what will happen if there would really be a basic income. For instance, what will happen with human capital formation. There is no need to have a statutory minimum wage. There will be no poverty trap. You give people a basic income, not meant to sit at home all the time, but to use it for whatever purpose. So what it is based on trust and reciprocity. And also with respect to female labor supply, there's also a debate going on. Should you see basic income as hush money? Or will women use it predominantly as a fee to emancipate themselves from shitty jobs, for instance? So with all these things, it's very difficult to mimic within a model. So my take on it is that even if you have a very sophisticated model, there is still a radical uncertainty what a basic income will do in an economy. The only thing economists can do, they can predict that if you raise the tax rate a bit, what will happen. That is something they can do really well. But to predict what will happen if you replace one system by an entirely different system with all kinds of different interaction between dimensions is simply a bridge too far. So basic income experiment might help to solve part of the puzzle there. There are some choices to be made. Do you provide it as basic income or negative income tax, etc., the guarantee level, the withdrawal rates, and so on. And there are, of course, also some important limitations. And there are more of them, but the three most important one, the experiment cannot show economy-wide effects. And those receiving a basic income under the experiment, they still operate in a non-basic income with economy. So when others would reduce their labor supply under a real basic income economy, then people who want to work might find it more easily to find a job because others have reduced their labor supply. But now they are in the experiment, receiving the basic income, and they cannot benefit from the fact that in a basic income economy, others would have reduced their labor supply. So that is one limitation. The other one is that the experiment cannot show the labor supply response of high wage earners, because a high wage earner probably will be better off under the present scheme than they would be under a basic income scheme, because to finance this basic income you need much higher tax rates. So these high wage earners probably would not volunteer to be part of the basic income experiment. And if they want to, you must give them so much income under the experiment that it is not realistic how their position would be in a real basic income economy. And thirdly, the limited duration poses problem for the effects of a permanent program. So it might be that those people in the basic income experiment, they do know the experiment is just for a few years, and they do know during their lifetime they want to build once in their life their own house or something. And they might decide this is a good opportunity to do this. So they will concentrate this activity of building their own house just in the time of the experiment. On the other hand, it might also be that some people, if they would live in a basic income economy, they would stop working altogether. But now they are in the experiment, and they do know this experiment will last only for 2 years. Will I stop working now during the experiment, with the risk that if the experiment is being finished, it will be very difficult to get the same job back. So they might decide not to stop working. So there are all kinds of problems, even if you do this large-scale natural experiment with a basic income. I will skip this one to save a little bit time. There are some criteria that we used which should be taken into account when you determine which group would be interesting to experiment with, minimize transfer cost, substantial to be expected behavioral short-term labor supply responses, and of course the long-term effect is very difficult to say from a basic income experiment only lasting for a few years. But fortunately there is a kind of, not an experiment, but in Belgium there is a Win for Life lottery. And there are a few researchers there. They have they identified about 400 winners of this lottery. And if you win this lottery, this Win for Life, you will receive for the rest of your life every month 1,000 euros. So from that Win for Life lottery database, we can learn something what will happen in the behavior of people who do know that for the rest of their life they receive a kind of basic income. Right? So these are the groups that we said would be interesting to have in the experiment, the social assistance recipients, because they do not face this welfare trap or poverty trap. Secondly, the break-even workers. I mean with break-even workers, those workers with an income that it would not matter that much whether they would be in the normal regime or in the basic income regime. So if you have this, these are the peoples over there. This is the basic income regime, and this is the normal regime with the poverty trap. And these workers over here with this level of gross income, it does not make that much of a difference whether they are in the normal treatment or under the basic income, right? Because their net income would be the same. However, you can see here that if they reduce their working time, if they are on the basic income regime, they move along this line, while under the normal regime, they are moving along this line. So it becomes, for these break-even workers, much more interesting to reduce working time, to work part-time. Under the normal regime, you work full-time. You reduce your working time by 1 day a week, then your income also goes down by about approximately 1/5. While under the basic income regime, because part of your total income is basic income, which always is there, the only thing what is changing when you reduce your working time by 1 day a week is everything you earn on top. So your net income goes down less. So the incentive to work part-time is stronger under basic income, which is probably also the reason why the Netherlands Bureau of Policy Analysis predicts that if you would implement a basic income, labor supply is going down because it becomes much more attractive to work part-time. So also, it might be interesting to see families with young children under 6. If there is one group of people who might have an interest to reduce labor supply, it's them, because they are in the rush hour of life. And they can easily do so under basic income. And finally, perspective with entrepreneurs. There is, in the basic income debate, it is many times being argued that if there would be a basic income, many more people will start up their own business. Now, it turns out to be the case, the results of this Win for Life, they do not see a significant difference between people who have won this lottery compared to people who didn't win. It does not turn out that to win a lottery and knowing for sure that the rest of your life you have 1,000 euros per month is an incentive to start up your own business. It turns out to be not to be the case. You really have to be an entrepreneur by heart, maybe, to start up your own business. Maybe. I'll skip this. This was already told by Sheer that in with Utrecht, but also the other experiments in Holland, there is now a law. And there are in total 10 conditions, but 3 of them are very harsh for us to do this basic income. The first is that after 6 months, we must send a notification if these people in the experiment did not make any movement, any effort towards finding paid work. And even 6 months later, if they still didn't do any effort, they have to be kicked out of the experiment. Secondly, there is, we must include one treatment with at least a doubling of contacts and duties. So if we want to experiment with this basic income inspired treatment, at the same time, we must in the same city also have another intensification treatment. Yeah? And the third one is that those who have signed that they want to participate in the experiment, although they do not know yet in which kind of treatment they will end up. Yeah, so they signed an agreement, I want to participate in the experiment, not knowing yet which treatment they get. They are not allowed to exit with the experiment. That's also, we think, a very difficult condition. Now, the final point I want to raise is that it might be a good idea to have also within the experiment before or in the early phase a baseline survey. And we asked for a subsidy for the baseline survey. Unfortunately, we did not yet receive the subsidy, but we are still thinking about doing this baseline survey. And the point is that if you do an experiment, you do have the total effect of the people in the experiment relative to the people in the control group is the treatment effect and the bias. And you do not know whether there is a bias or not. And one way because the point is the difference between both groups, the experimental and the control, is the sum of the plus the effect due to pre-existing differences. So there will be no bias when there will be no pre-existing differences between both groups. However, when you want to research outcomes that are minor, so one of the main outcomes that we want to research in the experiments is the outflow to paid work, right? That you want to see if people in the experiment, the experimental treatment, do have a higher or lower outflow into paid work. But there might be other outcomes like the divorce rate or the percentage of people who want to start their own business or health effects which are not that strong. So even if you do have, as in Finland, 2,000 people in the treatment, to find these small effects, so even smaller than the outflow, the difference in the outflow to paid work, even this group of 2,000, the sample of 2,000 people in the treatment is not big enough for the power, to have a power of at least 80%. And to solve this problem, one of the tricks to solve this problem is to do a baseline survey. And the trick is this, that if you do not know, if you do not have a baseline survey, the only thing you have is the outcome variable, which is, and this here is a dummy whether you are in the treatment or not. So this beta here is the treatment effect, so the effect on the divorce rate or the outflow to paid work. But if you do a baseline survey and you do know that the divorce rate is also determined by other factors, then you can correct for these other factors in the outcome variable with the result that this corrected error term is much smaller. Which at the same time means that this, with the same level of the effect of the treatment beta, the standard error of the beta becomes much smaller. So the probability that you find a significant effect of a minor effect of the treatment becomes much larger. So that's my reason to say Finland and also the Netherlands, we really should also do a baseline survey and think about beforehand, besides the outflow into paid work, which other effects might be interesting to research on divorce, on health, on well-being, you name it. But you must know beforehand what you want to research, then you can take that into account in the baseline survey, and then you might have a much better probability to find this as with effect as well. So now this is a very long citation for additional reasons for this baseline survey. And these are my conclusions. Planned experiments mainly focus on social assistance recipients, although it would be interesting also to include workers or families with young children and with potential entrepreneurs. There are some harsh conditions imposed on the Dutch experiment, and it might be a very good idea to have a baseline survey as well.
Thank you, Luke.
Okay.
And I think we have time for one or two questions too, so please raise your hand. Let's have the first question here. And please state your name.
My name is Anna Koller.
You need to stay, with the micro.
I'm an old man, so it's not to intimidate you that they can hear.
It's just we have the streaming, so they won't be able to hear your answers if we don't have a... Yeah. Just give the other microphone there, so then we'll be fine. There you go, thank you.
I have a few points.
Louder, please.
One thing about the baseline service, I fully support this idea. I think that with this baseline service, not only just baseline at the beginning of the experiment, but maybe also in between the experiment, we could solve lots of issues regarding these possible limitations. So if we look at all the possible limitations and then we set up the survey accordingly to collect the information, we could then incorporate this information when evaluating the impact between the treated and control group. And I'm particularly thinking about using methods like matching. Matching?
Matching,
Yeah. Propensity score matching, where we could take all these covariates and summarize it in one variable and then create control and treated group that would be comparable statistically. And I think this is probably one of the best things to do, particularly because of all very small sample sizes that we deal with. And not only the small sample sizes, also the duration of experiments. 2 years, it is very small. So if we would incorporate all of these limitations, make a very detailed survey, and make a face-to-face survey to make sure that we really measure the information with a high quality, this could really improve the whole study. Another thought is about, you mentioned this incentive that part-time workers, there would be more part-time workers. I think in today's economies where unemployment rates are high, if we think part-time workers go up, they work less. On the other hand, all these unemployed people could get opportunity to get a job. So it is a positive, I can see it as something very positive. People are afraid, well, people will stop working. They might stop working for 30% of the time, but this 30% of the time someone else can take a job that doesn't have now. So I think there's no fear that people will start lying at home and doing nothing. And this win lottery, you were mentioning that it didn't show the impacts that people who won the lottery start their own businesses. I would be careful with the conclusions because the question is what statistical methodologies they used to come to these conclusions. Did they just simply put the data in and write the model and run the regression? Or did they really think from the perspective of experiment and control and treated group and see the difference? Because statistics is quite a young science, and these advanced methods for causal inference have been developing in the last 30 years. And let's say today we do have these methods that we can use. So if this study was done maybe 20 years ago, I don't know about the study, we might not fully rely on the results. So,
thank you. It's very interesting. Please tell us your name also, so we get it.
Anna Kolar.
Okay, thank you so much. Luke, go ahead and reflect.
Yeah. With respect to the first one, you said that if you do a baseline survey, we can make use of this with information in multiple ways, and that is indeed also one of the arguments made in this. Sorry, this is also one of the arguments made in these articles by Duflo and Blue, where they also argue if you do this experiments, also do a baseline survey, because if you want to stratify the sampling, then having done a baseline survey provides you more information how to stratify this sampling. So also if you are not interested in this baseline survey in the first place, but if you want some kind of block design of the treatment and the controls, then this baseline survey would help you. With respect to the part-time work, it is indeed the case that it is not so much a problem, I would say, from a welfare point of view, if people reduce their labor supply, but still work some hours, but not full time, but let's say 3 days a week. And as a result of that other people have more opportunities to fill these jobs. Now, I do not want to make the error of this lump of labor fallacy, that there is a limited number of jobs to be shared around. But what we did saw in the Netherlands Bureau of Policy Analysis simulation is that labor supply goes down, particularly among women. They reduce their working time. With income, inequality is also going down a lot, but the unemployment rate is also going down. So that is very interesting to see that although overall for the economy labor supply is going down, the unemployment rate is also, the number of people involuntary unemployed also goes down. Because apparently if many people reduce working time and firms do want labor to hire, there is more scope for people who would otherwise be unemployed. And it is also in, I do remember for the results of the New Jersey negative income tax experiments, that the wives in the experiment, they reduced their labor supply also by about 20%. And then it was in the newspapers in the USA, there were headlines, why pay people to work less? Because one of the outcome of the experiment was that labor supply of women went down. But what they did not tell is that families in the experiment, this was late 60s, early 70s, these were all poor families. On average, there were 4 children in the household. Yeah, and these women, they worked on average 5.5 hours a week. Because if you have already 4 children on average within your family, there's not that much scope to work outside the home. But on average, they worked 5.5. So a labor supply reduction of 1/5 means from 5.5 to 4.4. And I would say, from a welfare point of view, this is time very well spent. If you reduce your working time, this time is not gone. This time, reduced working time, is spent elsewhere on another purpose. So even if labor supply goes down in the experiment, from the welfare point of view, it need not mean a negative outcome. Because it all depends on what are these people in the experiment doing with the time that they reduce their labor supply. Are they going to sit on the bench, or are they looking for others, for their elders, or whatever?
Okay, hey, thank you so much. I think we're forced to move on, but it was very interesting. Thank you, Luke. Okay, and now we will move to the next session where we will be looking a bit more into details of some of the experiments in the Netherlands and looking at the experimental design and the implementation both in the Utrecht, in Wageningen and Tilburg. And we will have in total 3 speakers during the session. And the first 2 speakers will start and we'll have questions after the 2 speakers and then still after the final one. So I will introduce the first speaker of this session, who is Timo Verlaat. And he's a PhD candidate in economics at the Utrecht University School of Economics. And Timo has studied economics, political science, and sociology in Germany and the Netherlands. And the Utrecht Social Assistance Experiment is part of his PhD project. And his research interest lies in the behavioral labor economics. Go ahead, Timo.
Yes, good afternoon also from our side. I also want to introduce my co-speaker because we have decided to merge our presentations. Or I don't know, maybe Paula, you want to...
Yes, I can do it. Yes, sorry. Okay, so let's take the other speaker too. So there's Ernst Jan de Brun. And Ernst Jan is a master's degree in economics and a PhD student of the Wageningen University. And his research focuses on the role of social policies in the behavioral economics, and especially in the view of poverty. And there's 3 field experiments, including the social assistant experiment of the municipality of Wageningen that he's an expert in. Go ahead. So you have only one slide set, or?
We have one presentation together.
I'll try to find it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Kayla for organizing this workshop. You've learned already that we prefer to call our experiment social assistance experiments and not basic income experiments. And I think it will also become more clear when we talk about the design of the experiments. But I mean, nonetheless, the similarities between what is happening in the Netherlands and in Finland is striking, and that's why it's a great opportunity to be here and to be able to learn from each other. So we want to use the next about 20 minutes to tell you more about the theoretical foundations and also about the design of the 2 experiments in Utrecht and in Wageningen. Let me start with the theoretical foundations. Our view on these experiments is a behavioral economic view, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with the term, but let me nonetheless give a brief introduction here. So what we understand as behavioral economics is a method of economic analysis that applies psychological insights into human behavior to explain economic decision making. So what does it exactly mean? Let me be a bit more concrete. What we usually as economists think about economic agents is that they are fully rational, that they are self-controlled, and that they are selfish. So what behavioral economics does is to challenge this standard economic approach of modeling agents' behavior and decision making, and in particular identifies 3 deviations from this standard idea how individuals behave economically. And that is first bounded rationality. So people have limited cognitive ability to make decisions. It is second bounded willpower. So people make choices that are not in their best interest in the long term. For example, procrastination is an example for that. And third, they have bounded self-interest. So they are not selfish, but they are willing to sacrifice their own interest to help others. And how this translates into how we view these experiments, that's something Ernst Jan is going to continue with.
Yes, in the next slide we go to our framework, to our model, and we look at the welfare policies in the first place from a standard economic perspective, and then we continue to a behavioral economic perspective. And if we talk about welfare policies, we think that 2 aspects are central in most of these of welfare policies. The first is to combat poverty using transfers, and the second is to affect decision making using all kinds of incentives, monetary, non-monetary incentives, and by providing information. And when we apply this view on the policies that we are interested in seeing our experiments, then we can fill in here the social security policies. And what we see there is that there are also 2 aspects of these kind of policies. In the first place, these are set up to combat poverty, and the benefits of these policies do that. And the other side is to affect decision making, especially labor market decisions, job search behavior, especially. And when we look at most common ways to affect these kind of decisions, then they include all kinds of obligations, requirements to search for jobs, to provide a minimum number of job applications, to accept particular job offers, and also sanctions in case of non-compliance. So when we look at current policies and also at the evaluations of current policies, economic mechanisms are central. So most common way to look at these kind of policies is to look how these kind of policies affect the payoffs of people and how that affects their decisions. But we propose that there are also behavioral, economic, psychological mechanisms at play that seems to be important. And looking to a paper of Babcock and co-authors, they say that policies succeed or fail at least in part depending on how well they reflect or account for behavioral responses. So in our next slide, we incorporate some psychological mechanisms to our model, and these psychological mediators affect two relationships especially. And the first relationship is the relationship between welfare policies and decision making. And what we see there is that especially sanctions and conditionality, obligations, requirements, that may create specific psychological mechanisms. And we will go further in detail in the next slides. And when we look at the relationship between poverty and decision making, well, new research has shown that poverty itself creates a specific psychological situation that maybe that seems to be detrimental for decision making. And that may even provide a feedback loop. So poverty impairs decision making, makes people more difficult to go out from poverty. And we propose that alternative social assistance schemes may better fit when we look from a behavioral economic perspective. And also basic income schemes seems to fit with the behavioral economic perspective we propose here. So in our next slide, we go to three specific psychological mediators, and I will do the first and Timo do the other two. And one specific psychological mediator mediates the relationship between poverty and economic decision making, and that's the research of Muleneten and Shafir. They propose that poverty itself creates a specific scarcity mindset. And what is a scarcity mindset? Well, poverty itself, the financial concerns, the problems people face have a detrimental impact on how people think and how they make decisions. And that's not due to personal characteristics, but it's the poverty context they are placed in. So it's not a personal failure, but it's the poverty context. And I will explain two aspects of this scarcity mindset. The first, poverty creates a shift in attention. It creates a focus on immediate needs, immediate problems. So the concerns will go to immediate things. And that means also that the attention is taken away from future important issues. That may explain why welfare recipients may have a short-term focus. And that may also affect their job search behavior. And the second aspect is that poverty creates a tax on people's bandwidth. The financial concerns may consume all kinds of cognitive resources. We can think about cognitive capacity, executive control, the working memory of people. So the financial consumes these kind of resources, and that may have impaired effects on fundamental cognitive tasks like planning, problem solving, behavior control, essential functions of the cognition, also for job search behavior. And welfare policies may provide an additional tax on these, on people's mindset, like compliance activities due to all kinds of bureaucratic requirements, and like the way people are treated at the office. So for that reason, bandwidth of basic income approach might have positive effects on people's bandwidth, because it may have via these two ways, because it may have positive effects on poverty, and it has may have direct positive effects on people bandwidth. So Timo will continue.
So then you've just seen that if we look at the relation between, there it is, between welfare policies and decision making, that we usually look at information and incentives. And what we think is important to take into account from a behavior economic perspective is, for example, a mechanism we call crowding out of intrinsic motivation. So that means that we learn from experiments that when you introduce an explicit motivator, which can be a financial reward, for example, or a financial punishment, that this can crowd out the intrinsic motivation of people. And a very famous and commonly quoted example are blood donations that decrease if you pay people to do blood donations. And we think this is an important mechanism to take into account designing policies that are built on incentives and information. And second, we are talking about a concept which is reciprocity and fairness. So reciprocity means the inclination of people to reward back if they've been rewarded, and to punish back if they've been punished, which is something that can be very important in a policy setting where you work with punishments and rewards. So in a nutshell, these are the three mechanisms we want to look at, and that are also kind of the way how we look at our experiments. But let me now come to the really interesting part, which is what are we exactly planning to do? What is the design going to be in Utrecht and Wageningen? As a little disclaimer here, this is the design how we planned it to be. It does not incorporate the recent changes that have been imposed by policymakers on the national level, because it is not yet clear how these will exactly translate into our design. This is still something we have to think about. And I mean, still Parliament is discussing about this bill, so we present what we were planning to do. Let me start with some fast facts. So like in all Dutch cities, the experiments in Utrecht and in Wageningen are a collaboration mainly between the municipalities and the local universities. And that's also the case in Utrecht and in Wageningen. So what we are planning to do basically is a randomized controlled trial with the social assistance recipients in these respective cities and maybe the regions. It's important to know that in the Netherlands, the municipalities are responsible for carrying out social assistance. We are planning to start in 2017. We are planning to have experiments of about 2 years and to have treatment groups of about 100 to 150 subjects. It has been mentioned already that we are planning to let people participate voluntarily. Maybe we can say more about that later. And when it comes to data collection, we plan to collect data before the experiments, during the experiments, and also after the experiments have been finished. And to collect data, we want to use administrative sources from the municipalities, but also administer surveys to collect other kinds of data that is not in the administrative databases. Now coming to the treatments that we are planning, to the design. I'm going to focus on the left-hand side, which is the treatments in Utrecht, and then Jan is going to explain to you what is planned in Wageningen. What you see here is the current default level of social assistance in the Netherlands for a single person household, which is 960 euros per month. And that is of course also the control condition we are talking about. So let me go more into detail. Social assistance in the Netherlands is a means-tested benefit, And if you're eligible, you receive these 960 euros per month, and you have to comply with a certain catalog of rules that mainly concerns reintegration activities. I think Sheer has talked about this already, applications, job trainings, meeting your caseworkers, etc. And if you don't comply, you're a sanction, of course. There's a sanction between 0 and 100% of your monthly benefit. Now, what we are planning to do in the first treatment is to get rid of all these rules and obligations that concern reintegration activities. So people still receive their monthly benefit, but they don't have to comply with these rules, which also means that there are no sanctions. It still remains a means-tested benefit, so you only receive social assistance if you're eligible for it. The second and the third treatment group, they belong actually together, and we call them our framing groups. So what we are doing here is we want to test the effect of benefits, bonuses and sanctions in this very specific social assistance setting. And what you can see here is that these subjects in group 2 and 3, they can receive an additional benefit of 125 euros per month if they follow an activity that can be, for example, a reintegration activity. The only difference between these groups is how this extra payment is framed. In the case of group 2, it is framed as a bonus, so you receive 125 euros on top if you do that activity. And in the case of group 3, this extra payment is framed as a sanction, so you receive a higher payment in the beginning of the month, and if you don't follow this activity, you're cut by 125 euros. So the payments are equivalent. The only thing that is different between the two groups is the frame of these payments. And we hope that this allows us to test for the effects of bonuses and sanctions in this setting. And then coming to the last group, where people are allowed to earn extra income to a larger extent than what is possible today. You've heard Sheer, so usually extra income is accounted for when calculating your monthly benefit. And in the experiment, people will be allowed to earn extra money on top of their benefit, and they are allowed to keep 50% of that income up to a maximum of around 200 euros per month. And that hopefully allows us to test for the effect of extra financial incentives. And now Ernst-Jan is going to talk about the treatments in Wageningen.
Yes, the Wageningen experiment, there are 3 groups. The first is the control group. The same as in Utrecht, people in this group received the same treatment as usual. So same as the control group in Utrecht. The first treatment group could be described as a kind of positive intensivation. So the key idea behind this group is that people receive the opportunity to set their own participation goals and to realize them without being sanctioned, without conditionality. So they receive an exemption of the reintegration obligations and requirements, and they get the opportunity to work from their own intrinsic motivation and ambition on their participation goals, and they receive support from a coach. So that's this item. The second treatment group could be is the same as the fourth treatment group of Utrecht. Yes. So they receive a positive financial incentive to get back to work or to find part-time work. So they also receive an exemption of labor market obligations and the opportunity to raise their income, and additional income will be cut by 50%. So that's the same as in Utrecht. We end with discussing the outcome indicators. And of course, we want to measure the psychological mediators. We are interested in 3 psychological mediators, especially mental bandwidth, motivation crowding, and reciprocity. And we will use surveys and also some small tests to measure these tests and games to measure these mediators. And then we will also measure a broad range of outcome indicators. In the first place, job search behavior, labor market reintegration, where we look at the outflow to paid work and also the quality and duration of the jobs people may find. Second, also societal participation and social activation, like voluntary work. Third, the financial situation, the additional income people may have earned, but also we look at the debts and savings. Fourth, health and well-being, where we look at physical, social, mental well-being and happiness. Fifth, the satisfaction of clients with the received social assistance scheme, and also the satisfaction of caseworkers because their job changed due to this experiment. And in the end, we also want to know the cost of these several schemes to make a cost-benefit analysis possible. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if you like to contact us, that's possible.
Thank you, Timo and Ernst Young. It was extremely interesting and I think also very timely and relevant from the Finnish perspective. Maybe we get back on those topics. But now we have time for some questions, so go ahead and raise your hand. Jürgen, you have the microphone.
Hi. Hello. Okay. Thanks for that. That was really interesting. I have a very quick practical question. Given that you're both interested in the same framework, theoretical framework, what's the reason for the differences between the Utrecht and the Wageningen schemes?
Well, I think the reason for these differences is that it's not just us researchers who are interested in certain treatments, but also the municipalities. So it's not just us designing a treatment, but we do this in collaboration with the involved municipalities. And there are some differences regarding what they are interested in, and that's also where these differences come from.
Ville Vekkopulkka from Kela Research. So which are the political indicators, if you mentioned that there are some political wishes from municipalities?
What do you mean exactly with political indicators?
That if there are some research interest coming from municipalities, so are there some certain indicators?
I wouldn't say there are certain indicators. I would say that just that the municipalities and the people involved in delivering social assistance at the municipalities, they were very much involved in the process of designing these experiments. They were taking the initiative from the very beginning on. And depending on at which municipality you look, and I think if Ruud will give his presentation, you will have a slightly different view on the experiments. You also have different ideas at the municipalities, and the people working there have different ideas of what they think might work and what they would like to see tested in the field. And that's where these slight differences come from.
Thank you. Let's take from... Did you have a question there? No? Go ahead, sure.
Just a small addition, maybe nice to mention as well, because indeed this is still not taking everything into account that happened politically, but some of the things are already in there, right? So it's important to know the initial idea was also, for example, to have a bit more room for earning extra money on top. So now this is set at 198, which is what the government has now kind of dictated that should be the limit. And that's of course a question whether that will be enough to really see significant effects. So initially there were ideas of even having people just earn on top of that unlimitedly, or maybe till 400 euros or 600 euros or something like that. So that's one way indeed in which these experiments might be made or were initially intentioned as being a bit more ambitious. And the other one is that, but it's also I think the case in Finland, this duration of experiments. There were plans in the Netherlands also having experiments of more than 2 years because of the kind of long-term effects it might have on people. But also because of these reasons, I think they have been limited mostly to 2 years or less in that sense. So this is important to keep in mind when also looking at designs. There is already some restriction, of course, in there, taking into account how this went with the national politics. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Let's have Otto.
So it's really curious that you guys have a very psychological approach to this thing, and you're really interested in the mechanisms that might bring about the effects that will either come or not. In Finland, the approach is very different in that sense. There's only interest in the labor supply effects, at least at the official level, and we're kind of debating how to go about doing surveys and such. Are you guys worried? Like, one of the worries here is that if you seem to have like an extensive set of survey questions that you want to know, that running all these surveys itself would have an effect on the people, would tire them, would perhaps be like as if they had to fill all these official papers, but instead they are filling surveys, stuff like that. Have you considered this, or do you worry about that?
Well, yes, we've considered this. We are still thinking about how we will implement this research idea, and how many times we will contact people, because we agree that it could be a burden also for people to fill in all these kinds of surveys, and could also have an effect on the outcomes. And well, we try to avoid that as much as possible. So we are still thinking about it.
And it's maybe also important to mention that currently, at least in Wageningen and Utrecht, we are planning 4 measurements in the course of 2.5 years. So we think that if you have to fill in a survey once a year, that's something we can maybe expect from people, but then we still have the problem of making sure that people are not tired by filling in the survey. So we need to keep it short but still valid, and that's a challenge that we are facing. And I'm sure in the process of further developing how we measure stuff, that maybe we also have to prioritize eventually. And maybe it is also interesting to mention that surveys are one thing we want to look at, so self-reported data, but we also want to make use of small online games where we can really elicit how people behave in decision tasks, what decisions they make in kind of lab in the field, small lab in the field experiments.
Very interesting. Let's have the next question. Sit over there, front.
Thank you. Very interesting point about survey impacting on the way of thinking, and perhaps you could solve that by taking a control group, which would have to be filling up the same survey, but all the rest wouldn't be included. So just a thought. One question: what kind of activities those people who get this additional 125 euros would have to do? Just briefly.
We're still discussing this with the municipality, because the question is, what kind of activities can you provide for such a large group of people? And we're speaking about 200 to 300 people that are comparable, because we don't want the activity itself to have an influence on people's behavior. But you have like in Utrecht, for example, you have these, how would you call that in English, like companies that are offering reintegration activities, so people can go there once a week for 8 hours and do some work, some tasks. But that's still a discussion, what this activity will exactly look like. I think the most important thing is that it's comparable, that we can offer this activity to a large group of people.
One thought that came to my mind, because you were talking about the poverty, and that these people in poverty, they have a certain mindset. Now, the question of poverty, it's similar to the question, was first the egg or the chicken? Because we have families who are poor through generations, and then we have families who are wealthy through the generations. So is it a certain mindset that it creates the poverty also? In this perspective, what you could do is these people that you might indicate them as with a poverty mindset, that you would offer them activities for helping them to get out of this poverty mindset. So to start thinking differently in order to get out of the poverty mindset, and then maybe even try to estimate whether there would be any effect. I think that could be something that perhaps hasn't been done yet. So,
do you have certain activities in mind?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, but you would probably have to do the homework and think about.
Just thought you had an idea maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, thank you. Very interesting. Let's squeeze in two very, very short questions. First one I already promised here, and then there was who was first here there. Okay, so please just very short questions. Let's have them at the same time, and then you'll
Thank you for
answer
a good
them.
presentation. I'm Pasi Moisio from National Institute for Health and Welfare. I was just pondering the design of the Dutch social assistance. It's a top-it-up benefit, including housing allowances and stuff like that. I mean, how do you come up with the 960 euros? I mean, that's threshold, and you have social security benefits and housing allowance included, and that's top it up all the way to 960 euros.
No, it's only the benefit. So the social assistance benefit in the Netherlands is 960 euros, and people can receive additional housing allowance, subsidies, that kind of things.
Okay, that's my point exactly. I mean, do you have additional benefits like housing allowance aside with that 960 euros?
Yeah.
Housing allowance. You have
housing allowance, and also allowance for children is on top.
Okay.
But it's not, the municipalities are not in charge of those benefits. Huh? That's on a national, organized on a national level. So that's nothing the municipalities are responsible of. But that's on top the 960 euros, and I think the 960 euros is a certain percentage of the minimum, 70% of the minimum wage in the Netherlands. That's where the number comes from.
Okay.
So it's like a benefit level. I mean that for example, most of the countries, the social assistance is top-it-up benefits. You get calculated means that kind of a level that the social assistance will fill the gap between the other incomes until it reaches the threshold of social assistance level. So it's top-it-up benefits. But in this case, in Netherlands, it doesn't work like that.
No, it's the same. If you earn income, you can fill up your income with the. This is the 960 euros is really like the maximum a single person household can receive per month.
Okay.
Otherwise, your income is accounted for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your experiment is like you step a poll button in the beginning of the experiment, and everyone gets that 960 euros and. Then you experiment start. Okay, thank you. That's explained.
Excellent. Okay, let's have a very quick one.
I was very impressed by both presentations, Bettina Leibitzer, Austria. And I have one question, which is like, are you going to target on immigrants and asylum seekers, refugees, etc. as well? Especially because in Austria we now have a debate to fairly reduce minimum income scheme for newcomers, and that's a very old debate in poor relief system in general. So I would be very much welcome to see that. Also for older people that are kind of seizing out of the labor market, which would be fairly interesting how it affects their participation, and also people with health disabilities as well. So how they are kind of freely motivated or not. Thank you.
So our target population is people who receive social assistance in the Netherlands, which is the basic security net, and we try to have a representative sample, as much as that is possible. There are some groups that we have to exclude from sampling. Those are people, for example, who sit in who are following a debt restructuring program, because everything they earn, they would have to pay back. So there are some limitations to what groups we can include that are receiving social assistance. But apart from that, we are planning to just draw a random sample among this group. And if asylum seekers have been granted a status in the Netherlands, they receive social assistance in case they do not follow paid work. And then I expect also some people to be included in the experiment.
Okay, Hey, thank you. Very.
Was it? Did that answer
there was
your question?
also the elderly and the, but I think the same applies.
To the extent in which they are part of the target population, they, will be included eventually, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. And now it's time for our final speaker of this session, and he is Ruud Muffels, and is a professor of socioeconomics at the Department of Sociology in the Tilburg University, and also director of REFLECT, which is Research Institute on Flexicurity, Labor Market Dynamics and Social Cohesion at the Tilburg University. And he's also a research fellow at NetSpar, the Network for Research on Aging, among other positions. And his primary interest concerned the labor market dynamics, income and poverty dynamics, comparative analysis of welfare state and socio-economic policies. Go ahead.
Could you help me? Putting up the slides. Thank you very much. Very much like to be here and this wonderful building. Actually, we looked around and we found it amazing. Well, I will talk a bit about the experiments, not only in Tilburg, but a more general view about the experiments in the Netherlands, especially in the 4 cities. Compare them a bit and the learnings we have during the expedition. We call in Tilburg, we call this kind of experimenting a kind of social expedition between all stakeholders, and not only the government but also the social parties. I mean, employers, societal organizations in care, in youth care or home care, in justice, organizations dealing with youth, youth welfare. And that's, I think, special with regard to Tilburg compared to the other cities. I will say a bit about the history of the endeavor in these 4 cities. I will be very brief because Sheer already told you about the history in the Netherlands. A bit about the public debate, because I think that's very interesting how it went in Tilburg, not only, but in the Netherlands, about these 4 experiments. What are the goals and ambitions actually? And they might differ across the 4 cities. We heard Utrecht and Wageningen be different, but also Tilburg is different, and maybe Groningen as well. Who is not here, but they have a different ambition as well. And we'll say a bit about, because we now talked about the isolated research plans and endeavors, but to say something about, well, we think that a common research plan across all the cities involved, these 19 or 25, whatever the number might be, would be interesting to have a common research plan, not only to look at the effects within the city, or between groups within a city, between different treatment groups, but also to look at what's happening between cities, across cities, because the experiments differ across the cities. That's the idea. Well, the basic idea is that not only that that we want to change the way we treat people in social assistance, but it's a new way of what we might say an activation policy, and that's stressed especially in Tilburg, but also I think in other cities. It's not based on this workfare approach, but not on what we call a stick and a carrot approach, but much more on rewarding people, as my colleague said already, but also, and I want to stress that, a tailor-made mediation approach. In the welfare state literature, you might call that a kind of social investment approach. So what we try to do is to say, well, these people in social assistance have so little opportunities to work in society, but they are condemned more or less to small hours work, to bad jobs, to flexible work, etc., etc. Hardly able to find work, at least not immediately, but only after a period of time in which they are heavily mediated. So the idea of tailor-made approach, intensive mediation of people from social assistance to work or whatever, might be a good way, a new way of dealing with it. So the experiments also meant, especially in Tilburg, but I think also in other cities, to have a different treatment of these people. I talked about these number of cities which are involved. There are actually 47 cities involved already. 20 or 21, as Sheer told us, have concrete plans, but more and more cities come to me and to the other researchers, I guess, in order to apply for being one of the local communities for the experiment. Okay. What I'm showing with this is just to let you know, to let you see that after the crisis, it ends in the Netherlands about, in say 2014, 2015, the number of people in social assistance increased instead of decrease, which is normal. And after a crisis, normally, because of the recovery of the economy, people get into jobs more and more so. That's not the case for many people in social assistance in the Netherlands now, which is partly the result of that 3 and 4 people in social assistance have a very low qualification level and below starting qualification level, so they are not able to get a job. And that's part of the problem. So the idea of getting people into employment, I think it's not realistic anymore. And so many of these people need another kind of trajectory in order to surpass the period in which they will be unemployed. If you look at the public debate on basic income in the Netherlands, then what you see is that, well, and that's the reason that, well, it might be sound a bit strange to you that what we are saying to you is that don't frame these kind of experiments in terms of basic income, but instead in terms of social assistance or basic income guarantee experiments. But which is typical for the Netherlands. Don't follow that advice or that idea, because it's just that because in the Netherlands we are more or less, if you look in the welfare state literature, you might call us a kind of hybrid between social democratic, corporatist and liberal welfare state, meaning that we are everything and nothing. That means that, well, basic income is not a popular idea in the Netherlands, especially not among traditional economists. I'm myself an economist, maybe also a bit traditional, but not that traditional, in the sense that what they say is that it's a crazy idea, this basic income, especially this unconditional basic income scheme, which is free money for lazy people. In Tilburg, even these liberals said to us, well, it's free money and free beer. I said, well, okay, free money, but it's not free money, but maybe it's free beer, that's okay. But they say it's too expensive, it raises taxes, it reduces labor supply, and it's distorting efficiency on the labor market. That's the traditional idea of these economists. Well, we talked about reducing labor supply. I'm not agreeing with the estimates of these models for different reasons. Because, first of all, I think that labor supply is not only dealing with money, and these models depart from a rational economic agent. They depart from a labor market in which there is sufficient labor for people to move to, which, as I said before, that's not the case for these people at very low skill levels. When we talked with Kleinsma about this crazy idea of a basic income, and it started in Tilburg also as an idea of a basic income, but moved into the experiment participation law because of immediately the opposition was there, the public debate was there. So it's too political sensitive in a way to talk about basic income in the Netherlands. And one of the issues there is that if you want to let people keep their earnings more than they have before, now it's withdrawn from the social assistance benefit at 100% level, then it may never exceed the minimum wage level. That's part of the issue. It's an important issue in the Netherlands, especially liberals, but even social democrats say that. You may never exceed the level of the minimum wage, because then it's competing. People with getting benefits and people just earning a minimum wage by working hard. Okay. What the proponents of these experiments said, and I think that's very important to remember, is that it's not based, the experiments in Tilburg especially, is not based on the idea that it's unconditional, even unconditional minimum income guarantee. Reciprocity is part of the deal. That's said by the elderman Erik de Ridder, especially that there should be some form of reciprocity. And one idea, for instance, is that what you want to do is to create a kind of labor pooling. So a labor pool allowing these people to work in, say, 4, 5, 6 hours a week. Because 20 or 30 or 40 hours a week is in traditional regular jobs is impossible for these people. So try to get the employers ready to offer jobs or tasks for 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 hours a week. That already may be of a lot of help to these people. And we want to organize that with the employers. And we call it in Tilburg the trust experiment, and that's an interesting thing. We say, and that's reflecting the outcomes of behavioral economics research, that if you put trust, like Vrij in people, if you put trust in people, like we do, like we try to do in these experiments, not punishing but rewarding people, giving them trust, allowing them to have, well, to manage their own lives themselves, then that might mean that if you put trust in people, you get trust back. You get more effort. People are willing to offer you more than before when you punish people. Because then the people want to punish the government back. When you give trust, you get trust back, you get more effort, more productivity, and you get people more easily reintegrated. So it's based on the behavioral economics approach in that sense. And if reintegration becomes more effective, that's the idea, then it shouldn't be more costly, because if you let people hold their earnings more than before, for the local community it means extra cost. That was one of the concerns of the local community council. So when it becomes more effective, it might work. Well, research findings show that all the effects we think are there might work also, even if it is not a basic income experiment, but an experiment as a basic income guarantee, that people are more motivated, etc., etc. I won't go too much here, but important to remember, and I think that already Timo told us that, is that it's not only integration into employment, it's also integration into all kinds of social integration activities. That might mean into education, might mean in voluntary work, it might mean in workplaces where people learn and work at the same time. And one other special feature of the Tilburg experiments are the multi-helix approach. I already indicated that before. The idea that it's a kind of social expedition. I was part of the initiative group there, where all the stakeholders were involved. The societal organizations, the employers, etc., etc. And that's also a feature which, and also the idea that, that most of the policies now are more or less supply side top-down policies. And the idea was to let policies more evolve from the client's perspective, bottom up, use their activity, use their creativity more than we do now. So change the paradigm, a paradigm shift from supply side to bottom up and demand side. I won't go into this because of time, but maybe the first point is still important there, is that the idea in Tilburg was, and initially also in the other cities was, to let people earn at least 40 to 70% more than their social assistance benefit. On top of the social assistance benefit of, say, 1,000 euros, you get 400 euros additionally. In order to give these incentives, etc. But 40% more means that 40% more means exactly at the level of the minimum wage, not more. If you move above the 40% extra, then you move above the minimum wage level. So and now, because of the change in the legal framework, as already told us before, this top-up of 40% is reduced to 20%, 190 euros. That's a change, which, well, in my case, I have an unobedient elderman And he's saying, well, I have a trick for that. There is a premium. We can allow citizens, recipients of social assistance, a premium of about 2,000 euros a year. If we have this 199 euros and put on top this premium every year, we are about this 40% extra they can earn. And they want to do that way. I don't have said this in this audience today, but I think that might happen in my local community. Well, I won't go because of time into this. I used law students to argue that we don't need a kind of experimenting because in the participation law already a lot of room is there to change the way of mediation. And it came out as that the room is there. So I said, why not use that room? And we are still in debating, well, she said that, why use this strange legal framework, which is not helping us a lot, but instead just use the existing participation law and be a bit unobedient in order to come at the stage where you want to be as a local community. Well, this is the legal framework. I will not, it's said already before, and then I end my talk. And I think it's a pity that because of the liberals at the national government level, that a lot of the things we had in mind, especially the idea of creating a trust experiment, is moved from a trust experiment in a kind of distrust experiment, looking to more control. But what the Secretary of State is saying now to us, well, don't look at the formal letter of the law. No, of course, I want the local communities to have a lot of power and room to interpret the law as they would like to interpret it. And of course, it's not about more control and about intensification or whatever. It's just more mediation, more tailor-made mediation, and we help these people. And when they come to talk with us, okay, we talk, how can we help you? Can we do something for you? Do we need work? Can we help you with that? Etc., etc., etc. So I think that's we don't know what's happening in reality, of course. The law is there, and we never know how things work out in practice. But that's what they're saying, these politicians now. And even if these amendments are not accepted by the parliament, it still might be that in the end, of course, the caseworkers are more strict or whatever, because we don't know. But one thing to say, my final word is that I talked with the head of the Work and Income Department in Tilburg, and I asked him, what do you think about all this? Because do you believe in it now, and this legal framework is limiting you so much? What's happening? And he said, well, I've been here for quite a long time, say 15 years, and I see how policies were changing, and we're becoming so ineffective that I don't believe in this policy anymore. And I'm used to work in that environment. He is a kind of classical bureaucrat. But in a way, he is now saying, well, I think we are in a new time spirit. And we think even the change, if the change is that little, according to that legal framework, I think it is a change, a fundamental change, which will change the world, change the way we deal with people in social assistance and vulnerable people. And we are living in a world with much more inequality than ever before. We should do something about it. And if we do not something about it as we do now, then we will have, a two-lawyer society, and we don't want that. We need to give these people at the lower side of the labor market chances to go ahead and to find a career or whatever. To find a house, to find a dog, to have a dog, a girlfriend, to go to cinema, etc., etc. Just the normal things they want as we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruud. Very inspiring. Please stay here. I think we still are going to squeeze in one or two questions before our coffee break. So who wants to start? There's one hand up right there.
Once again, my name is Pertti Koisinen and I'm from the University of Tampere, social scientist. by the way. So I feel now the atmosphere is warming up in this discussion. And it is interesting to see that we are touching the fundamental questions of how to implement the basic income experiment. The Finnish way seems to be that we have very large coverage, and the philosophy behind the experiments is so that we like to see this like a natural experiment and looking what happens from the beside. But you looking from the beside, not intervening the activities or something like this. And your case, this is like a living lab, which is very interesting, so that following, making experiments in a living lab, where there are different actors with different roles and capabilities and so, and you even set a question how to reward people and how to make the systems functioning more better, so that you have more interesting thing in these projects. And I guess that you are touching the key questions of the dynamics of the system. When implementing in institutional change, then you are looking also the dynamics in the labor markets and not looking the dynamics on the supply side or demand side, but trying to find what are the substitution effects behind or between those things. And this makes even the experiments and the follow-up more policy-oriented and more interesting, I guess, than this, what we are still looking in Finland. I'm sorry to say this.
Yes, thank you very much. I think you hit the core of actually the debate which is going on in society, especially also in Tilburg, but I'm sure also in other cities and in not only in the Netherlands but even in Europe. That while the classical way of activating people is not the way which is working anymore in the future. And therefore I talked about the social investment society. The idea that we should change our paradigm of intervention, and that it's not only the government which is responsible, but the entire society. And the ownership of social problems is with all these stakeholders. And I think that's a change. We call that the multi-helix cooperation, multi-helix approach, in which all these stakeholders have responsibility to solve the issue. And if we just transfer the responsibility for people from the private sector to the public sector, then we see that if people are condemned to benefits, it's very hard to come back. And so we need to shift the responsibility for these social problems to all stakeholders. That means quite different approach, and therefore the social partners are involved in the Tilburg experiments, and it means a lot in terms of institutions and institutional shifts, of course. But what I see is with this, not only with this Elderman, but also with this head of the Work and Income Department, they see that, they understand that. And they see that things have to change, and this paradigm shift is needed in order to be effective. And they, the municipalities, have the responsibility to make an effective system of social assistance and relief for people at the lower side of society. So it's their responsibility, not the responsibility of the national government. And they know that, they acknowledge that, and so they want to be unobedient. And I think that and not only Tilburg, that many, well, of course, I see you smiling. Of course, I have my reservations too. But I think that in my view, at least, something is changing there. This institutional shift, as you talked about, I think will be needed and will also change our the way we organize our social security and social protection systems. And that's, I think that's the message of these experiments as well. And people very much advocates of basic income. I think they see that too. And when I see the discussions in this after-crisis period, post-crisis period, compared to, say, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, it's different now. It's different. Basic income, because of the dualization of the labor market, the flexibilization patterns, international competition, etc., creates so much inequality that we need to deal with that in a more proper way. And therefore, the issue of poverty comes up. Not only for that. There is a debate on poverty last week in the Netherlands, and it seems to go up again, even after the crisis. So these things, these issues are becoming much more important. We call that, well, social innovation in the Netherlands. And we need social innovation in order to deal with this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. And now we will have a coffee break, and I want to thank all of our speakers so far. It's been very, very insightful, and I think also a lot to learn from the Finnish perspective, and the latter part of the seminar will concentrate more on the Finnish perspectives, but I just would want to raise maybe 2 points for consideration when looking at the Finnish experiment. First, kind of what impacts actually and how are being evaluated prior to, during and after the experiment. I think that's one point to pay attention to and maybe have some further discussion. And then also wanting to ask the question that you mentioned, the cross-city research approaches and how to utilize the learnings from one city to another. Maybe we can even expand that to thinking how to have some cross-national utilization of the evaluation and the research. So maybe coming back to these topics after the coffee break. And we'll be back on 15 to 4. Thank you.
Dear all, please take your seats. We continue. We continue the second session after the coffee break. And in the first session, we was listening very interesting presentations describing the states of the art in Netherlands. And as you see, and as we find out, so there is a very interesting learning process. The basic income as such created interest among the policymakers, experts of social policy, labor market researchers, everywhere. And then when the big test comes, we have to implement this idea into the practice. We find interesting experiences, interesting views, even in area of research. And now we continue with the Finnish presentations. There are 3 presentations. One starting, and there will be doctorate student Johanna Perkiö from the University of Tampere. She will introduce herself later on, but she will talk about the more historically how the idea of basic income developed in Finland and what was the most important arguments for the basic income. And later on, we will listen the presentation of Olli Kangas, who is professor of social policy and the main figure behind the Finnish experiment planning at the Kela institution. And then we have also Katrin Komp's argument. She will introduce herself later on as well, and so what is the speakers. So, Johanna, please, the floor is open.
Thank you. So, I'm, as Pertti already mentioned, I'm going to cover a bit of the background of the Finnish basic income debate. And this is also the topic of my PhD that I'm doing at the University of Tampere. So first, let's have a look back to the 80s. So I have been collecting data, the political data, which is the party programs and election manifestos, and then the political motions made by the MPs and written questions, and then the parliament plenary sessions, and also the discussion in the leading newspaper Helsingin Sanomat. And I have been trying to trace the history of the different concepts and how this idea of basic income has evolved in the Finnish debate. And there in the 80s we find 2 concepts. We find citizens' wage and then minimum income guarantee, or I have translated this is perustoimeentuloturva in Finnish, and it's a bit difficult to translate, but I think that minimum income guarantee somehow catches the meaning of this concept. So those were the concepts used in the 80s, and in the government 83 from 87 had an agenda for reforming the minimum income security system and to make it more unified and comprehensive. And then this minimum income guarantee was much in the discussion, and there was support for it from several parties, from the Center Party, from National Coalition, the Finnish People's Democratic League, and the Finnish Rural Party, but not all of those parties were in that government. And these 2 concepts have had a bit different meanings. The minimum income guarantee was something to reform the social security system within the current social security paradigm. So it was to make the system more comprehensive and more unified. And then on the other hand, the citizens' wage was something more radical, which was often discussed in the meaning that it would provide people meaningful life alternatives outside the labor market. So the purpose of this concept was mainly to reduce the labor supply and offer alternatives outside of the labor market. So then we continue. This concept of basic income emerged in the discussion in the late 80s. And after, in the beginning of the 90s, there was a deep economic recession, and after that we can find sort of conceptual and discursive shift where this basic income became more popular, more used concept, and also the meaning of this idea changed quite much. So whereas this citizens' wage idea was in the 80s was understood as a means to provide alternatives outside of labor market, reduce labor supply, then the basic income was understood as a activation measure. So it was understood as a sort of small income guarantee that would make work always pay. On top of that basic income you could always earn, and there would be no more income traps. And in the late 90s, this idea gained support also from many political parties. There was the Green Party and the Center Party and the small young Finns party that supported the basic income idea, but of course they also, all of them had somewhat different understanding of this idea and how it should be implemented, what kind of model should be put in place. And then there was the left-wing party, Left Alliance, that promoted the concept of citizens' income. That was closer to this original idea of citizens' wage. Then we go to 2000. In the beginning of 2000, there was a sort of silent period in the Finnish basic income discussion. But then in 2006, there was a precarity movement, the movement of young people in precarious labor market positions, which was a big movement around Europe, and it was also strong in Finland for some years. And this movement introduced quite different understanding of basic income. And they saw basic income as a means for redistribution, to redistribute from capital owners to those in precarious labor market positions, and then also that it could be used as a make the bargaining, give them more bargaining power in the labor market, and then in their view the basic income should be rather high, whereas before it was thought like rather as a small income. And then again, this idea of activating people with basic income remained strong. And in 2007, before the parliamentary elections, the Green Party introduced a model of basic income, of a partial basic income that was 440 euros per month. And then it was in 2015 raised to 560 euros, which is also now the level of basic income that is going to be tested in this experiment. And after this debate before 2007 general elections, there was the Prime Minister Matti Vanhanen's government then set up a reform committee for social security, which had again, very similar agenda to the basic idea, although the idea of unconditionality was missing. So there was the idea to make the social security better covering different life situations, different categories of beneficiaries, and also to provide better work incentives and so on. But anyway, it was not a basic income. In 2011, there was the model introduced by the Left Alliance Party, again a partial basic income model, 620 euros. And in 2013, there was a basic income Earth Network. Finland had a campaign and was collecting signatures for a citizens' initiative for basic income. This campaign eventually was not successful. Not enough signatures were collected, but it again raised more public debate. And then fall 2014, then the opposition leader Juha Sipilä from the Centre Party, who later became the Prime Minister, proposed that the regional basic income pilots should be carried out in Finland. And here you can see the Finnish parties. So this is based on an ongoing research. There is now more data added, and it's going probably to change a bit. But this is based on the political documents, and I have been coding the data, so whether the party says something in favor of basic income or a related idea, or against basic income, or if the party is silent. And then Jürgen here is like the orchestra leader, and then the last two of the authors are running this model, and then this comes out. And so there are the Green Party, and then Finnish People's Democratic League, that is now Left Alliance, and the Centre Party. They are pro-basic income parties, but you can see that the Greens and the Left Party are more in favor of basic income than the Centre Party. And this is how the parties, how they are positioned, like related to each other. And then there is the Finns party that is still negative, but a bit less negative than the other rest four parties. So in the current coalition, current government who is now going to carry out this basic income experiment, there is the Centre Party who is pro-basic income, and then you find there two parties that are rather critical about basic income, the Finns Party and the National Coalition Party. And this is, how much time do I have? So this is the pre-election poll made by Yle, and then this is for the those running for the parliamentary elections, a question about basic income. And thanks to Simo Ruottinen, who is also here, he sorted out those who were eventually, who are now the current MPs. And so there you can see the green light. There are two rather small parties or medium-sized parties, the Greens and the Left Alliance, who also had these basic income models, and they are showing the green light. They are either fully agree in case of Greens, and in case of Left Alliance, 8 of the MPs fully agree, and then 4 partially agree. And then the Centre Party, there are most of the current MPs only partially agree. And so the first 3 of these parties are now currently in the government. And you can see again that there is especially the third one, National Coalition Party, there are more critics than those in favor of basic income. So how come that this government is now carrying out a basic income pilot? the basic income parties are in opposition, and then the critics are in government, at least two of the three parties. This is, of course, a question I cannot answer it, and it's an empirical question that some interesting research could be done on this. But anyway, so also if you think about this basic income, how it is usually understood in the for example, in academic discussion, social philosophy, and this European basic income movement, or BN, Basic Income Earth Network, it's rather like this idea of unconditional freedom, that people could have more chance to make their own decisions what to do in their lives, and the government's policy is not having that kind of ideal. It's rather based on austerity and workfare ideology. So then again, a bit more discussion about this question, why this basic income pilot now. So first we have to remember that there's green light to the experiment, not the basic income idea. Even the opponents, they think that the basic income experiment is a good thing, because then we know whether it works or not, whether it's a good or bad. And then, as I said before, in Finland, this activation policy framework in basic income discussion has been quite strong. So basic income has been understood, or that has been a strong frame in the discussion, whether basic income activates, whether it provides better work incentives than the existing social security system. And this is again viewed in that framework. And in that sense, it is in line with the government's policy, and also the government is interested on impacts on employment. That's what they want to test. And but then, however, this what I actually find quite after all, quite surprising and quite radical is that this experiment really contains an unconditional basic income. So there is no sanctions if those receiving basic income, if they don't want to take up a job that is offered, or if they don't want to take part in active labor market policy measures, they still have their basic income, so it is really unconditional. Then there is the last point, a paradigm shift sneaking in from the back door. Then I'm having 3 more slides. Should I hurry up, or how
3 minutes.
Okay, 1 minute for each, so we can do it. Now these 3 more slides, they are some critical views about this basic income experiment. Now Olli didn't have a chance to say anything, and I'm already criticizing, but this is something, of course, I can't cover all critical. There has been a lot of discussion about this, and these are some like most common critical points. So first of all, there is from both the proponents and opponents of basic income have been criticizing this experiment, and there is something that they have said: foolish model, zero research, not basic income at all, doomed to fail. And this is mainly for the design of the experiment, and there are some practical limitations that Olli will tell more about, but anyway, not the experiment as such. Most people think that the experiment is good, but this is a bad design. So there are some points raised by those who have been criticizing. So first, that the sample is narrow and skewed, so it's only a sample of of those receiving Kela minimum unemployment benefits. So not only unemployed, but there is also emphasis on long-term unemployed. And this does not tell much how basic income would work on the whole population. So this now I have just collected what people have said. These are not like my own opinions necessarily. And then that this experiment designed excludes important categories of potential basic income beneficiaries, for example, youth under 25 years old and self-employed micro-entrepreneurs, low-paid workers, and then that it has a single-minded focus only on participation in traditional employment and ignores the complexity of work and other aspects of basic income. And then also that it is tested on isolated individuals, so we cannot study the effects on community, 0 minutes. And then 3 more points. And this is also, this has raised much discussion that the taxation in this model was left untouched, but there are practical reasons for that Olli will tell more about. And then that because of that, the incentives for full-time employment are too high, and then on the other hand, there are still many elements of the current social security system in place, because this is a partial basic income model. That means that incentive traps are not properly eliminated in this model for part-time work especially. And then also the question about the demand side, so what are the job opportunities for this group of people? So thank you.
The time is limited, but if you have some questions to clarify, some ideas or questions, so please go on.
So thank you for your presentation. This is Timo again from Utrecht. You said you were talking about the unconditionality of the basic income. It was kind of interesting to see that this is happening now, and you asked yourself if this might be kind of a change of paradigm sneaking in from the back door. But I was thinking about something else that might be sneaking in from the back door, which is a scaling down of government. Because if transfers are unconditional, of course, you need less people to sanction, to monitor, that kind of stuff. And if you replace several benefits by one benefit, you kind of reduce bureaucracy. So how is this being viewed in the Finnish debate? How is this being discussed? This aspect of the basic income experiment.
Right, I think there has not been that much attention to this aspect that this is really unconditional basic income that is tested. But then on the other hand, there is a plan to launch this tulorekister, the register, like the real-time register of income, where all income could be followed in real time, and which would reduce administration, and this probably goes in line with that. But I don't know if I answered your question anyhow.
No, I was just thinking, many people say it's impressive that this comes from a center-right government. Usually center-right governments are highly in favor of scaling down government. So I was thinking, how is this perceived in
and this, of course, this reducing bureaucracy has been one of the strongest arguments in the basic income discussion, and it's that many are in favor of, no matter what they think about basic income as such, but as they see as a like good thing about basic income.
Would you like to continue?
Yeah, at least this has social insurance institution that's paying out those benefits. There has been much discussion dealing with that issue. For example, we will get social assistance from municipalities in the beginning of 2017 to be paid out from this house, and there will be like 700 persons handling those applications, and then there are 350 persons handling housing allowances, something like 400 employees handling unemployment benefits, etc., etc. And then in this house there's a discussion that if we merge together some of them, in that case we can reduce number of employees at Kela, so that and to make this house more effective in terms of man years or employment years, but also to make benefits more understandable and simple for our clients.
Are there any questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you. I would like to comment on the criticism of being very narrow. And I think it is narrow from the perspective that the population of interest are only unemployed people, because this is a very specific population of people. And also the plan is to do it only for 2 years with someone who is unemployed, making such an experiment and hoping to see real results in 2 years. I think it's unrealistic. So it would be very important to include other categories like self-employed, startups, because someone who is self-employed today, maybe next year won't be anymore. Someone who started who's a new entrepreneur today might not be next year anymore. That would definitely be important. Now, regarding the criticism regarding the sample size, I think that it might be the critics from someone who is not that up to date about statistical methodologies, because a sample size of 2,000 is pretty good sample size, and many things can be done, although maybe in the eyes of someone who's not close to the statistical methodology, it might be something really funny and foolish. That's all.
Right. I forgot to mention that there is also the plan is that this is the first phase of the experiment, and it will continue, and more categories will be included. But because there was so little time to plan this all and make the experiment law, and that was the reason why it was so. This sample was only, or when it was, why it was limited only to those receiving unemployment benefits, and they are so these. People who are selected to this experiment are the ones who are receiving Kela-paid unemployment benefits now this month, and then they will continue no matter what they do in their life. If they go to study, if they do child home care or whatever they do, they will be involved in this experiment for these 2 years.
I understand that, but I think the combination of this population and the time frame, it can really be a combination where you might not see any impacts at all, which could be quite misleading regarding how many other potentials this initiative has. So maybe perhaps even reducing the sample size and include some other groups as well might be better than this. I mean, someone could really argue after you get the results saying, no, this is not even a good pilot study. It's or it's only showing that for those who are unemployed, this how the things are. So it's very slippery floor. I mean, if this amount of money is put in and all these efforts, perhaps it would be better to extend it a little bit, at least to some groups like self-employed, startups, or those marginal groups.
I suppose only who is the next speaker can answer these questions much better than me.
So I have only one critical question and a comment as well. So that you mentioned in your presentation that asking fine now and by this government. I'm wondering, should the experiment depend on the coalition and the composition of the government? Isn't that the innovation for the future, for the citizens of the society? And isn't that already interesting that after 20, 30 years talk, we are entering the real stage, trying to experiment? I don't understand this argument. Can you say something?
What was the question? What was the question?
Okay. So should the experiment depends on the coalition and government?
Okay, now I think I understood. So that's of course it's sort of, you can see it in this way that that now the time demands, now it's a time for this idea has come, there is some kind of demand for basic income. But then on the other hand, I still, because this idea has been so controversial and there has been so much opposition, I think it's still quite interesting empirical question, but I want to pose it as an empirical question because of course I cannot answer it like this.
Okay. Okay, next speaker, Olli. Thank you. Olli, perhaps you introduce yourself, your strong experience in this area.
I find my presentation.
Siinä 96% vasemmalla puolella.
Hyvä. Thanks. Yeah. Good afternoon, and I can't thank the organizers for inviting me. Of course, I can do that, so that is a great honor. Thank you very much, Ville-Veikko. So, to introduce myself, I'm just now Director of Governmental Relations. It doesn't say anything, but I also have a bourgeois background, so that I was 10 years in Turku and spent those years to be a professor in social politics in Turku University. And then I moved to Copenhagen, where I ended up in Kela, where I have been spent 8 years to be a director of research department, whereas they promoted or forced me to step down from that position to be in my present position, so that I have a telephone and computer, but they are not connected to anything, so that I'm happy for that. So the Dutch expert said that they are not calling the experiment, refused to say that it's a basic income experiment, what they are presenting here. And those proponents of basic income, they have said that we are not experimenting basic income. So I'm not speaking about basic income experiment to you, but I'm speaking about experiment. So let's go further with the experiment. In the very beginning, when we launched our primary or preliminary report, and lots of people from that research group sitting there, who participated in the making of the initial plan for the research at the experiment, basic experiment 10, as we thought. And the idea was that the total population should be included, excluding pensioners, and then there was some age limitations that were caused by some deliberations, good or not, but anyway we had some deliberations, and then we had an idea that we will have a nationwide randomization, random sampling, and then we will have also local experiments. And the idea what then was placed by the government was that we can use money paid out from this house to the experiment. And then when the Prime Minister said that, okay, when I was participating in the governmental meeting, he said that, okay, you have the whole Kela budget in your disposal when you are planning it. And then I came here and said to my boss, Director General, that, okay, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that you still are the Director General in Kela, and bad news is that all money is in my pocket. And actually she was very happy. And then we start to plan the experiment. And then we thought that, okay, that if we use the money that we are paying out here as a bottom and to support the basic income budget, then we can do everything that we plan to do, and we can have something like 10,000 persons in the randomized sampling for the whole country, and then those local experiments. And then we had ideas that we will have different levels of basic income just to get some kind of information what the level has to do with people's decisions, either to go to work, either to stay at home, etc., etc. And then we had some fancy ideas to have different levels of taxation to see what the level of taxes means for people, and different kind of taxes, some kind of flat rate tax, and then some kind of modified tax system that would somehow mimic the present one, where we have progressive taxes. And then we did lots of power calculations, how should the significant or treatment effect be in order to get the significant effects from the statistics, and what's the sample size. And in those presentations that were there, and they were criticizing that we have oversized treatment effect, and the idea why it's so. It was one practical reason and one theoretical reason, and the theoretical reason is that when we have a very strong treatment effect, we can get significant effects on the basis of 2,000 persons that we in the final end have in this experiment. Okay, and what the bill said then, it said that it will be only one level, 560 euros net, and present taxation will be applied. And it means that this model is a little bit manna from heaven for those who are included in the experiment, just because the present taxation is too mild, because those taxes that would be somehow realistic to finance the basic income, if it would be implemented to the whole country level or the whole population level, must be somewhat higher. And then we thought that the experiment the law or proposition is saying that it will be obligatory participation here, and we will take 2,000 unemployed persons who are getting money from Kela. And there will be a random selection into the treatment group, and then the rest of the unemployed person getting money from here are the control group, and we can compare them. And then there will be follow-up studies, and there were some discussions already here that how and which kind of things should be studied. And the government said to us that we should most importantly concentrate on employment effects. And it means that we have to do that. I can't go in front of the Prime Minister and say that, okay, we have created now something that will not promote employment, instead people will stay home, but they will, in the Aristotelian sense, have possibilities for self-fulfillment, and they are better persons, and they can somehow be persons as they like to become. So that I can't do that. But anyway, we are interested in different kind of psychological effects, and we have had some discussions with our Dutch colleagues what could be done jointly and together. And there will be surveys, perhaps some interviews of all kind of welfare aspects, and also experiences on bureaucracy. What does it mean that you don't need to fill that much forms that you have failed in the present system? Giving that that's true, we don't know yet what will happen with the proposition of the law. So there were some discussions that already by Johanna to why the experiment was squeezed and why the present legislation looks like that and why they didn't apply our fancy and to our mind very good research setting and research plan that we had. First of all, there was a question of equal treatment, and the equal treatment will be very critical in the continuation also. Tomorrow, Constitutional Committee will have its meeting, and then we will hear what the Constitutional Committee will say. In the case that they say no, then it's done. We don't know yet what will happen. But most probably, if we had different levels on basic income and then different levels of taxation, they would most probably say no. This is against equal treatment of the Finnish population. And then why tax authorities are not involved in our model. Because they are not included, it's a tax-free benefit, and it's, as I said, somehow manna from heaven. And the reason is pretty simple. The tax authorities said that given the time limitations, they have no possibilities whatsoever to write and change the taxation system, and they said that we are out. We will not be part of this game. And then only Kela employed, it's easy to make a random sampling. We know precisely what kind of people there are. We have access to registers, and we can follow up what will happen with them. And then somebody said that nothing will happen with the unemployed persons. I'm not that sure that it's true, because 40% of those unemployed persons that are here in this house or getting money from this house, they find employment during a 2 years period. So that we did lots of calculations basing on statistics and registers what will happen during 2 years period with those people who are getting money from here. And then other legal constraints, I can say that it was extremely difficult to write a very simple law on basic income and implement it in that kind of constitutional and legal framework as we have here in this country. So that it was extremely demanding task to write a law for one single group of people, unemployed persons. And in the case that we had the self-employed micro-entrepreneurs, students, part-time handicapped people, etc., 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 it had been 10 times, 100 times more difficult to do that and much more time consuming. So that was one practical reason they took unemployed persons. And time pressure, it is, when we delivered our first report, it was in the end of March, and then we immediately began to plan the legislation, and the time period was too short, because it takes time, at least in this country, to go through all those legal processes at Parliament. First discussion, then committees, and then once again discussion, etc., and promulgation. So that it was very challenging to get even this kind of tiny experiment out, or experimental setting out. And then also ICT systems, they had lots of reservations here in this house that, okay, in this time frame we have no possibility whatsoever to build up any ICT systems, but in the very end they said that, okay, everything will be done, and everything is done. So that at the present state, it doesn't matter if we have 2,000 unemployed persons or 200,000 unemployed persons. So that the ICT system is there, and now it's done. And the funny thing is that it's as costly as, doing a system for 2,000 persons is as costly as doing it for 5 million persons. So that we have done it, but let's see what will happen. So what will happen next? As I said, that the bill was sent to the parliament, and now it's in special committees. And in this country, legislation goes in that way that first parliament discusses the issue, and then special committees will do their job and screen if this is good or not. And for our part, the Constitutional Committee is the most important one, because we are saying that it's obligatory. That can be a questionable thing. And the other question is that if we are treating people equally or unequally, so that in principle, if you have an experiment group and treatment group, we must treat them unequally. Otherwise, there's no point whatsoever to carry out that experiment. And now the question is that if that treatment effect that we are planning in this experiment is big enough to be considered as unconstitutional. We don't know. Perhaps we will know a little bit more tomorrow. And the rest of the committees are in the rest of this week and then next week and perhaps a couple of weeks later. So that the question is when the law will come out, if it will come out. So you don't see anything here, but I said that it's a rather complicated system to implement a simple system in a complicated world. And what I try to describe this, it's a kind of transistor radio, so that the people comes in and then something begins to happen with him or her. And benefits here, benefit there, and they must be put together. And in the case that we had some other groups here included, not only unemployed persons perhaps are the, after students, the most simple beneficiary group in Kela, in that sense that we don't have that many other aspects that we have to handle. In case of some other recipients, we had lots or more. Okay, so the present status, providing that it will go through and then this will take place. This is now more or less automatized and digitalized, so that when a person comes in, then this machinery takes place, and only in the case that some changes will happen in the status, then there will be a manual decision. But otherwise, it's automatic. Everything is automatic, and it gives possibilities for us to expand the number of people included in. Okay, if this law will be passed, then it will be in force 2017, and the payments may be there, maybe first in the beginning of February, because the time limit is so tight, so that we don't know. And we will do random sampling on the basis of the status in the mid-November, and then prepare payment so that the people is thrown in the machinery, and then she or he will get benefit from the beginning of February, most probably. And what will happen here in this house, meanwhile, is that when we do that sampling, then we send information letter and information letters and decisions that this will be your status, that this will be your benefit, and you should behave like this and that, and you are included in the experiment. So the criticism, so that the sample is too small, anyway, we could expand it easily. In the case that we had those unemployed, we could have 7,000, even 10,000 unemployed persons, but the criticism that we have only unemployed persons would be there. But the problem with other groups is that they are pretty expensive, in that sense that in the case that we had persons that are not getting money from this house, we could have only 1,400 at maximum in the experiment, because the experimental budget is only 20 million, and perhaps Kela. Kela is just now doing things pro bono, but if Kela will take something to cover those costs of building up ICT technology, building up something else, cover our expenses, in that case it will be like 3 million, I suppose. And if the taxation comes in and they said that if they will build up something, it will be 3 million. But let's see. And then we are not planning to have local experiments, but and the reason is that they are pretty expensive. And we have here guys who can answer better than me to those questions, why not local experiments. And the question is money. And we are now proposing a new experiment starting 2018, providing that this experiment will be accepted and promulgated by the president. And new groups will be included. We will do lots of power calculations, how many this kind of persons, how many that kind of persons in order to get the reliable results. And local experiments, perhaps no. And again, the question is about money. And the continuation depends very much on extra resources. So that at the best case, we have something like 14 million to spend in that experiment that will start 2018. But in the worst scenario, we don't have money left because all money is used up with this experiment that we have just now. Providing, or let's say so that if those persons who are included in the experimental group, in the case that they find employment, in that case we have to pay that basic income from the experimental budget, and it will run out pretty soon if lots of persons will be unemployed, will be employed. And then finally, we had ideas that if the experiment should be obligatory or voluntary, and then I think that the question is very much the same as between commitment and involvement. In the case that we have voluntary participation, in that case people are involved, but in the case that we have compulsory experiment, they are committed. And what's the difference between those words? Hen is involved in laying eggs, but pig is committed to producing ham, so that we are committed to producing this experiment, and people should be committed to be our guinea pigs.
Okay, thank you. And now we have still time. I ask some time flexibility with Katrin, so starting a little bit later. But I guess that especially our foreign guests might have several questions concerning this experiment and aspects of that. Please go ahead. First question.
Thank you, Olli, again for this interesting presentation. Of course, we heard a lot of it already, but it's nice to see it again in kind of a structural sense and the latest developments. One thing, there's two things I want to say. First, a short question, if I understood you correctly, then if the experiment is a success in the sense of it, as success has been defined, in the sense that when people receive a basic income, they will be more easily employed, they will be more easily employed, and actually there will be less budget for a next phase, which is a kind of funny controversy. Am I right with that? And the second thing is that I actually want to just very shortly come back on something I said earlier. I was just checking, and I have some bad news in that sense that the motion I was talking about in my presentation did indeed not pass. So the document will stay the same as it was before. There was another motion passed which said that the ministry should give municipalities in the Netherlands as much space as possible within this, so I should interpret it as widely as possible. So it was kind of a funny motion. So it basically says, here's the law, but you should just find like the boundaries of it. That was passed through Parliament, but not the motion for the alternative document, which was proposed by the municipality. So that's the mixed news from the Netherlands, just in between. But yeah, I thought I'd update you on that.
So thank you for the question, success of the experiment. I think that it will be even a success in the case that tomorrow the Constitutional Committee says no, because then we know that, okay, this kind of speeches about involvement and commitment are over, so that we should stop everything, and this kind of experiments are not allowed in this country. Instead of experimenting with the limited number of people, we will be experimenting with the total number of people in the whole country. So that I don't think that it will be a failure in the case that the legislation will not pass, because it shows then the limitations what we have here in this country. And then employment, of course, it's what the government looks and want to see. But we, as I said, that we have much more broader perspective as you have also, so that I think that we have lots of possibilities to collaborate, providing that we have something to collaborate with you, so that tomorrow we are a little bit clever.
We have 2 questions. Are there any more questions related? Okay, third, Jürgen, and then you.
Want to go first?
Okay, if you please.
Is this on? Do I have to say my name again?
Please.
I'm Timo from Utrecht University. I have 2 questions. First one is, we've learned that in Finland experiments have quite a long tradition for policy making. So how did this, or like in past experiments, how did these experiments pass the constitutional test? Because an experiment always involves that you treat one group different than the control condition. So that is my first question. And the second is, you now have as a target group people who receive unemployment benefits from Kela. I can imagine that usually these people also receive maybe services that facilitate their reintegration. So if they are now part of the treatment group, can they still make use of these services, or are they completely disconnected from Kela?
Yeah, they have right to those services, so that they are not excluded from services, so that it's optional for them. And then long tradition of experiments. Most of those experiments, they have been local, and in that case it's much easier to say that, okay, the municipality X and Y are the experimental municipalities, and something will change in those municipalities, so that it's easier than random sampling targeted to the whole population. That's the main difference. And then that lottery or randomizing that we are doing here, it's one question mark, at least what I have heard from the experts of the Constitution. So that this is pretty unique in that sense, that it's a nationwide experiment, and that's why it's a path-breaking. And I'm a little bit anxious that what will happen tomorrow.
There are 3 more questions. One is Jürgen, and thereafter you, and
Okay, thanks, Olli. I have 2 quick questions, and they're very closely related, so we'll count them as one, basically. 1A, 1B. So this is about the complexity stuff. So implementing simple proposal in complex environment and gets you that graph that you showed, which was really very illustrative. So So here's my question. I mean, you said that this is already very complicated, and the unemployed, the target group now, the Kela beneficiaries, they are the most simple ones almost with the students. So imagine that this works out well. So we do the experiment 2 years, we got enough results to say like, now we consider policy. And then you need to explain to the government, right, now you also of course need to expand this to other categories, and it's going to be way, way, way worse in terms of complexity. So is this a problem in the sense of, is the subsequent complexity, the expansion of a nature where basically there's a real danger that this is going to be stuck as basic income for social assistance, and that's pretty much it? And then related to that, part B, difference between individuals and households. So my understanding is that this is based on individuals. Of course, the moment we then even think of expanding to households, things at the level of a partial basic income with all the complexities of the other stuff, that becomes massively complicated, I imagine, right? So.
Yeah, we had lots of discussions in the research group on if it should be household-based or individual benefit. And finally, that discussion ended or was solved by bureaucrats or ICT guys coming from this house and said that it's too complicated to have that at the household level, so that we can, giving the time frame, build up ICT technology. And when it comes to those more complicated people than unemployed persons, as I said, that we worked under very hard time pressure, so that in the case that we have 1 more year time to plan everything, then it's easier for us to take into consideration different kind of status changes, legislation this, legislation that, when it comes to self-employed, other low-income earners, etc., etc. And that's what we are going to do in that 2018 experiment. So that we have one more year to plan, so that the time and the taxation is going to be included now in that 2018 experiment, and so that it will be much more like a basic income than this one. And then, of course, when we have unemployed persons getting money from this 2017 experiment and then this 2018 experiment, and we can compare how they are behaving. We can get results from bad experiment and from a not that bad experiment.
Please. Okay. Do you hear me? Yes, you hear me. I'm Jouko Hemmi from Bien Finland network, and I have a crucial question to you, Olli. You brought out some constraints with the constitution, with the Finnish constitution, as for the possibility to get implemented Finnish basic income pilot. What about
pilot
the
experiment?
Experiment, okay. What about the pilots or experiments in Netherlands? Actually, this is a question to our guest from Netherlands. I haven't heard about any difficulties with the constitution as for the many Dutch pilots. What's the discrepancy between these two constitutions?
So I am not expert on constitutions, but we had some deliberations with the European level of legislation, and in the Finnish case it was very strongly there. Of course, partly because we have one party who is interested in how many immigrants will come in Finland because of this basic income. And they were interested in if basic income is transportable or portable benefit. It was the portability of the benefit. And we had and we wrote lots of that issue. Whereas in the Dutch case, you have said nothing and you have written nothing about the EU legislation. And the main reason is that in the case that our experiment had been limited to social assistance, or people getting social assistance, we haven't had that problem with the EU legislation. But I don't know if this is answer to that constitutionality question. I don't know. I don't know.
2 questions and reactions then thereafter.
Well, I would like to actually raise two other questions, but about the last point, about the constitutional differences. Well, we had a debate in the Netherlands as well, who is allowed to join these experiments. And from the Constitution, no, maybe not from the Constitution, but from the Secretary of State, the government, it said that youngsters are excluded from the experiments because, well, for youngsters we already have other kind of policies, education policies, as well as well, for disabled youngsters, we have a special arrangement to get these people into employment. And that's a special scheme. So the Secretary of State said, okay, these people are excluded. Well, migrant people, well, there was a debate on to what extent they are allowed to be in the experiment. I don't know exactly there is no constitutional limit to that. Only, of course, they need to be entitled to the social assistance benefit, and then they can be part of the sample. But in Tilburg, for instance, there was a debate whether we should only limit the sample to a particular group of people between, say, native people from 25 to 55, for instance. That's still going on in the debate. But from the constitutional point of view, it depends in the Netherlands on the local communities, depends on the framework, the legal framework was set by the Secretary of State, which is limited to, so also self-employed people are excluded from that. So, it's only dealing with unemployed, it's dealing with not youngsters, etc., etc. But from a purely formal point of view, like the debate about EU legislation for migrant people, for instance, that is not discussed here. And probably because most communities think that it is limited to native people, and maybe for only a few migrant people who have a right to social assistance benefit may be part of the experiment. So,
actually, I have difficulties now. The time is running out. We have one presentation still, 2 presentations, and the discussion in the end. So, may I ask
a short comment on the constitutionality, just the formal part as well. I think there's 2 things playing there as well, which is one, these experiments are based on this AMVB, AMVB thing that's already in the Dutch law, so we didn't have to write new legislation. This was already dealt with before, the years before, so there was already legislation in the Netherlands that you could experiment in general. So we didn't have to go through the whole process. So probably then constitutionality was already tested, which is, I think, the main difference between Finland and the Netherlands here. Yeah. That's one to also.
And it's voluntary, yeah?
Yeah, it's voluntary.
It's voluntary, true, but there's still, of course, yeah, not equal treatment.
Catherine, please. Now is floor is yours.
Hey. Well, hello, first of all. Second, I should probably find my presentation, or can you do that? I can do that. Okay, so then I can start talking while you play with it. Okay, I'm Catherine Komp. I'm an assistant professor of sociology. Oh, and I stand here and talk here. And why I'm here today is because I'm in a group that talks about the participation income. Participation income, different word than basic income, but you will hear that it's basically the same idea. Or actually, it's pretty much the idea that Ruud presented earlier on. We just give it a different name, so it's a bit in disguise. but the idea is the same. So that's also like why I'm going to tell you about that. And I also wanted to point out Pasi right in the beginning because he's also in that group. So if you have questions, you can also ask him later on. I'm not the only one. Okay, what is going on? Hey, this does not like me, man.
Use this mouse.
The mouse? Much better. Yeah.
Roll it. In that case, it will go.
Okay. Okay, what was going on is that why all those discussions about the basic income happened and the experiment was planned, the Prime Minister's office handed out a contract for another report. And the report actually dealt with a topic pretty similar to the basic income. The question that was asked was, what kind of inclusive social security model allows for the promotion of unemployment and the reduction of structural unemployment? And then people could hand in bids, and Heikki Hiloamo, he is the leader of a project, he handed in a bid and he said the answer should be the participation income. And he got the grant, so at the moment him and the working group around him are actually writing a report about that. So you see, different name, but same timing and pretty much the same idea that's going on. So actually when you talk about the basic income that's planned in Finland, you actually would have to look at two things. One is just in disguise. Though I have to say that this is not yet an experiment that's planned and also no project, it's just at the state of a discussion. So we have to see whether it goes somewhere or not and in which form and where it will pop up. But the debate is broader than what we heard until now. Now let's see whether I can master the mouse. Yeah, good. And the idea for the participation income comes from Tony Atkinson, which we already heard earlier on, Luke Roth. He already mentioned him. The part of Atkinson's work that we draw on is the work that really talks about the participation income. He wrote a really nice book, which was published in 2014, even though the discussions are older, but there he explains it in great detail. And his idea is that the participation income actually is some kind of conditional basic income, which means it's like a basic income, but only some people get it, and it's those people that participate in society in some way. So this means you get a basic income on the condition that. What he defines as participation is super, super wide. A former teacher of mine would call it a big baggy monster, meaning the list that he names is like work, retirement, volunteering, childcare, education, and so on. And so if you actually look at all those activities, you pretty much get everything in there. So it's really hard to say who's participating or not because the list is like so long and wobbly, like it brings huge practical problems. And also when you think about the administration, like how is anybody supposed to like keep track of all those activities and document them? Like if we would tell you guys now, please check whether people volunteer or help their neighbors. I mean, that's just not doable. So the idea is actually really good, I think. We've got a theory, so all scholars will like that part. Practically, we can work on the practical part. Though, just like a little side note, because we spoke about migrants and refugees, he actually also implies that according to this model, all the citizens who live in a country would have to participate, which means according to this idea, the refugees would actually also be covered by this model. But that's just his idea. And since we're here talking about the basic income, I thought I could also just mention how the two relate to each other. There are two ways. This is actually my favorite slide, so if you want to take pictures, take a picture of this one. I really like this little man. Because the basic idea is that you could say it's some kind of all or nothing option, that the participation income is a basic income for this part. Wait, is this a pointer? Yes? No. Yeah?
On the red board, on the red thing.
Yeah, see? Those people who participate, they get the basic income. Those who don't participate get nothing. Which is a really easy model, and if you talk about administration, that's also really simple because you just need to figure out who participates and who does not, and then you've got it. So if you want to simplify the administration, this is super. The sad part is, and that's also why I made this person here not so happy, because this person probably has like two major problems. One is this person is probably sad because he's not getting a basic income. The other thing is the people who will not get this basic income under those conditions are usually people who already are in some socially precarious situation anyways. So those are usually people people with a low educational level, maybe health problems, disability maybe, people who just cannot find a job, maybe single mothers, or people who really live in the countryside. So there you already have like socially vulnerable groups. And if you now like basically separate the population into people with social problems and people who are actually socially integrated, because that's what it would boil down to. And then you say, now I give all the people without problems who are socially integrated a basic income, the others not. From a social policy point of view, one could maybe think about that concept again. Okay, so if you don't like those implications, then you could try a different version. Oops, here. I thought like, instead of just saying all or nothing, like either you get something or you don't get something, you could also say maybe it's just a matter of like gradual changes. So it's not like either you get something or you don't get something, but maybe it's like there are different steps in how much you get, depending on how much you participate in society. And you could make that in steps or really like really on a scale where you say that many hours and for each hour you get a bit more. And if you would do that, it would not be simply just like in-group, out-group. It would be like a scale, so that could be one version to handle it. And I also wanted to show you two other things to think about, which we already saw when we looked at Utrecht, and what was the other city? Was it Groningen? No. Wageningen, okay. You can play with that, like when you combine what we have here is that like, okay, if you participate, you get more. Here's if you don't participate, you get less. So you could think about those gradual changes, what you want to do in steps or like a scale. Then you could say, do I want to frame it like as a reward? So you called it a bonus. That would be the bonus system. And here's the punishment system, which you also described. So you could do both because it's like this decision between a carrot and a stick. What do you think works better? You want to punish people for not doing it and then they're more likely to do it? Or do you say, hey, but if you participate, you get something extra. So what's going to work better? And then the other point, which also was in the basic income report for Finland, is this one. Do you want a full model or a partial model? Because the first picture I showed you, with the sad and the happy person, it was like either you get something or you don't get something. So there was no in-between phase. But you could also argue maybe there should be like some kind of basic amount that everybody gets, and then we could just add the participation income on top of it. Which in your report, I think it was the argument were legal reasons, that it's just not possible to not give money or no money at all to somebody in need. So you could actually play with all those ideas. So do you want to do this all or nothing system? Do you want to make stepwise changes or gradual changes? Do you want to have a full model where people can go to like zero money? Or do you want to say everybody gets at least something? And do you want to make it as an incentive or a punishment? So there are actually like really many options to play with this. What we did, and I'm gonna, cut that part really short now. We just had a look at the theory and we had a look at different countries, among them the Netherlands, so it's really suitable that we're here today. Also Germany and and Denmark were really important, and we had a look at what's going on there. We mainly looked at inclusive social security. So we did not just go looking for basic income, but under a different framework. But as you see, the conclusions and arguments are pretty much the same that we ended up. And then we tried to figure out what could we learn from these countries for Finland. And for Finland, we already realized that probably the people we're mainly dealing with are people who are long-term unemployed, who need to be reintegrated into work, and also young people who need to be brought into work. So those are probably the two critical groups here. Okay, and now you're going to see something that's really just ideas, okay? Because there are huge discussions on what the Finnish model could be. At the moment, those are just internal discussions within the working group. And here you have a selection. of ideas, and the selection is really heavily biased because I picked the ideas I liked best. So don't take that as an official statement by anybody, it's just a collection of ideas. One thing which you probably already picked up on when I spoke about it, I think like a partial model would be best, so there's a certain amount for everybody, just to make sure it's like in line with the law. And then we can take the rest as an add up. And I would also suggest to maybe go with the bonus system, because it's just like my personal belief that people will be more willing to do something. And also when you try to get the legislation accepted, if you say, hey, you can get even more money if you do something, it's probably easier to get that accepted than to say like, hey, there's social security, but oh, by the way, we're gonna like cut that for you if you don't comply with rules. But maybe your study is gonna give us more answers about that. Implementation, that's the interesting part, because you could actually go two ways. Either you could try to get this idea into the basic income model, or what is more likely is when we have this reform next year, which we already like heard about, then to put it like as an add-on to this reform. So it's like actually part of then like employment reintegration services, so employment services, and we go the social assistant route that Ruud pointed out. My personal guess is it's going to be the latter thing, but we'll see. Yeah. Interesting question is also like who's going to be responsible for proving like that people participated. Because if you say the money you get depends on your participation, you will need some kind of proof. And I suspect that you would have to put like the burden of the proof on the citizen, because like if we have to run after people and collect proof that they are volunteering or something, like that's not going to happen. And this of course also like has implications for the like self-understanding of people, like who's responsible for your well-being and everything. So if you're thinking about a great ethical topic to study, that's probably it. Then who should handle it? Well, I wrote partly Kela because I wanted to be nice, but actually, if we would really go that route, it would be you, I'm sorry.
What did you say, the totally killer or not at all killer?
No, actually, totally killer. I just thought it would be nice if I write partly, because otherwise you might get scared of the workload. So I thought maybe it's nice if I put like a ribbon and a bow around that statement. And another thing one would have to pay attention to is to say like if we're going to provide people work opportunities and like make the receiving benefits conditional on participation, and we also need to provide them some opportunities, we would have to make sure that those opportunities actually do not crowd out the market, so that we do not crowd out like services or goods that would otherwise be produced at the market, and that way actually like reduce the number of employment opportunities in total, so we don't get into this competition. And the activities that have to be considered, like that's one of those really sensitive points, because you have to think about all of them and then come up with cutoff points. We still don't have any good answer about the cutoff points, but I mean, retirement definitely has to be considered in some way. Either don't include people in the scheme, or say retirement already counts as an activity. Work, definitely. Education and studying. Also raising children. There has to be an exemption for people who are ill or disabled. Probably also like for people who are unemployed and looking for a job. And there you already see like one problem. The list already starts to get really long. And then we would have to check all that. And also define cutoff points. So that's like a lot of administrative work, which is not so maybe. Okay, but if you want to know more, you can ask Pasi, or me, or Heikki, or you can wait for the report, which maybe will be published on the homepage at some point. The title is not yet totally fixed. There are different options. I gave you two. Could also be something else. And I'm sorry that I have to just give you like such preliminary information on where to find information. We're writing a report, and hopefully it will be published maybe in the beginning of the next year on the homepage of the Prime Minister's office. But what will definitely happen are some more blog posts, and they're already like being written at the moment, and they will come out soon. So if you just Google that project and maybe Heikki Hilamo, then you should find something about it. Okay. Okay.
Please, short questions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's Simo.
Hi. Is this on?
Yes, it's functioning.
How? Okay, I'm not sure if this mic functions properly, but I'm Simo Ruottinen, chair of Basic Income Network Finland network, and I have only one question about this. How can this be taken together with the basic ideas in basic income models? Usually they have universalism and unconditional. So this doesn't cover either of those basic principles. The same critic has been also on these narrow experiments, but this is more serious because however wide the critics is still the same and it's more fundamental. And also I want to ask you about this idea that the burden of proof on participation should be on the citizen. For the viewpoint of any legal system of Western civilization, I consider this to sound a little bit like the burden of proof in court to be on the accused. And it's not like, according to my moral, it's not part of Western civilization, this kind of thinking. So how you see these are complied with this idea?
Please short.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's correct. This is not a model of a basic universal income, but a basic income. So you get away from the, like you just cross out that part when universal, then you get there. And when you just look, that's the slide I just briefly showed you, also like the policies we looked at, it was mainly like labor market policies. You see flexicurity, it was active labor market policy, so it comes from a different corner. And this part with burden of proof and ethical things, yeah, it is an ethical question, but it also is an administrative question, just how to get it done. You need to talk about the ethical impact, sure, but it's not like this would be the only country that does it, because like when you look at Germany with the Hartz reforms, that's exactly what happened there. So it is an administrative question, and like if this really happens, then I would suggest you just discuss that with the people who take care of the administrative side.
Okay, next question, Ernst Jan.
Yes, I'm Ernst Jan from the Netherlands. One question, have you an idea how many people in Finland, for example, would receive participation income according to your definition, and how many should not receive the participation income? Have you an idea?
We don't have any numbers because at the moment we're just working with the idea, and because the government first just wants to know like what this idea means and how that could go, and afterwards it will decide what happens with it. So at the moment you just have the general idea and that's all. On the one hand, but there are also like so many points that you really have to decide on first, because you could calculate it like how many or which activities do you want to include. What are the cutoff points for those activities? You know, just like 1 hour, 20 hours, 40 hours per week, whatever is it. And then also who's included, because you saw here, in this model we would, for example, also include like the refugees. So it's like there are really many like political decisions that need to be made before you could calculate that. So I think at the moment you can take it as an idea, and then we have to see how it goes, and then we can do calculations.
Okay, perhaps Timo or Ruud.
Yeah, so this is Timo from Utrecht in the Netherlands. Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to add one aspect to your idea of partial basic income, because what I think is also interesting about it is that it allows recipients of social benefits to self-select what they want. You introduce kind of the self-selecting mechanism into social assistance, where you can decide for a lower income or a higher income. So that's also something we're interested in the Utrecht experiment, not just sticks versus carrot, but also are people going for this self-selection opportunity?
Yep.
Perhaps
Yes.
we collect the questions if you
Or we could just
remember.
say yes, then
Okay.
that point is dealt with.
Well, my question was about this whether the experiments in the Netherlands are like this participation idea. I don't think so, actually. If we look into the Tilburg experiments, for instance, in fact, what they say is, well, of course, we talk about reciprocity, but it's not really filled in that way as you did it, that you need participation in order to be eligible for this treatment. So the idea is that you get an unconditional benefit, and we try to get you socially integrated by giving you strong and intensive mediation. That's the idea. And so people like single mothers, for instance, not working, and when they are very young, these kids not able to work or maybe to involve a lot into participation, they still get the social assistance benefit unconditionally. And the organization, the municipality is trying to help these women into the things they want to do, even though they have the responsibility for kids. So, and the reciprocity is that they are willing to think with the bureaucrats about what's best for them and how the bureaucrats can help them in order to fulfill their wishes. So it's a bit less limited or restrictive than your case. And it's not the case that necessarily there's a bonus for participation. Only when you go into work, you can withhold some of the extra earnings, but there is not a bonus because, well, maybe the idea is that if you, there's a Nobel Prize winner just we had in economics, and people try to work for the bonus instead of doing the things you really want to do for themselves and which are good for society. So it's not the bonus part is not part of the idea in the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, as I said, like we took look at different countries and at theories and try to just get ideas from different places to put it in there. So it's not going to be like a clear transfer from the model from one country and just put it in there. We try to collect some ideas and come up with something that
no, but
could
you said
start
that it's
this
more or less
discussion.
equal to it, but it's not. It's
It's
a bit
different, right? You mean the Utrecht experiment with the bonus and the sanctions?
Well, what I said, like there were some similarities, and I think like what I said is probably closer to your model than the basic income model as it was presented before, because there we had this, but I think that's maybe a discussion for another research paper.
Just two very short questions. One is, don't you think that with these two issues, namely defining what a threshold is and what the cutoff points are, this seems hardly possible. If you add anything like volunteering in there, you get people doing making music, doing political activism, whatever. Those things will be very hard to, probably impossible to define. Plus the fact that you'll actually people not receiving it will be probably people that should receive something. Don't you think that this in the end will make this indeed kind of a backdoor way to basic income again? Because then you have to conclude at some point, we want to do this, but we have to include everyone, so it might be basic income. That's one question. And the other one is, don't you expect with this partial and the addition model that this might mean, might lead exactly to this motivational crowd? I think Ruud also kind of pointed it to it, that especially with these things that are voluntary things that you don't do, that you don't earn money for, volunteer work or raising your children, if you're paid for those things, you might be actually less motivated than more motivated. Isn't that a problem? Especially with these kind of things, I can see how this is the case with reintegration it might work, but with especially these voluntary things, it might be a problem. That's my question to you.
Okay. This is not a study that really provides you like evidence on exact numbers or on psychological mechanisms. This is just a report we have to write to provide ideas. And the discussions will not be made by us. They will be made by the government after long discussions. All the questions you raised, those are valid points. But those are not points that we have to solve. Those are like matters of like political decision making and negotiations. And so I can just say, like, if this will be implemented at some point, yeah, those points have to be raised and discussed, but they will not be decided by us. But only if this happens, then by by some other people. But I think in your report, you took a really nice approach where you did those micro simulations for different models and what it would mean. Like that could also be one version to approach it. But I would really say, let's see where this discussion here goes and if it really will be, or if there are really like efforts to implement it at some point, then I would come back to those points.
Okay, Jürgen, please, do you have still questions, but do you take the floor?
Really, very, should I? a very simple one and a quick one. And I don't even expect a full answer because partly you'll say what you just answered now, basically. But about 10 years ago, I spent quite a lot of time with Atkinson's work on this, and we wrote a big paper looking at the actual administration of participation income. And basically, I mean, we came to several conclusions, but one of them that's very relevant here is that at the end of the day, once you take public administration seriously, you're tinkering at the margins of what you already have for all the reasons that have been said. So you may say, well, in the end, you know, we're not necessarily going to deal with administration and implementation now, that's elsewhere. But if these problems are real, then is this really such a promising model? I mean, I personally think not at all. But yeah. And I've actually exchanged with Atkins on this. We disagree, but
yeah. I know your paper. We read it and we spoke about it. That's also kind of the trade-off, because if you want a simple administration, this model would be most useful, you know, because you only need to say yes, no, and that's it. But then you end up with those huge social like inequalities. So if you want to avoid all those effects and actually make it like more socially just, then you need to go to a model like this. But then you already need to define so many other points, and then the administrational load becomes so much higher that at some point, like from the administrative point of view, you're not really saving much anymore. So it's a trade-off. And one big point also seems to be to define like what actually is the goal of doing this model. Is it because you want to simplify the administration? Is it because your belief in how welfare systems should work changed? Is it because you think it has an impact on well-being maybe? Or is it because you think it will bring other people back into work? So there are really many different goals that you could address with the same reform. And like depending on what goal you choose, a different approach will always be useful. So it also depends on what political strategy you have.
Can I have 10 seconds reply, literally? On the first point, I mean, I agree on the goals. That's a whole discussion, very, very relevant, obviously. But I dispute the fact that your option one is a simple administration. That's precisely the point. We totally disagree that actually works. So even there, you have a huge problem already.
I think it's simpler than this one.
Yes, but it doesn't work
okay.
for reasons. But never mind, sorry.
Okay, Jürgen, please take the floor, and perhaps Olli is sharing and concluding the session. Thanks you.
It's me again. I'm the same guy from the beginning. You may have noticed.
I'm sure that you are the same guy after this discussion.
Very true. I am a philosopher. Those are questions I've studied.
Philosophers are not changing. From the Aristotle, they have been the same. But please continue.
Okay. So first of all, I mean, I also want to thank people who've presented here. I mean, this has been really interesting, and I always thought it would be a really great idea to put, you know, Finnish experts and Dutch experts in the room talking about this, and I'm happy to be proven right. My job is to kind of partly wrap this up a bit. So. As a Belgian, you know, I'm in a weird position that there's 5 people here who know a lot more about the Netherlands than me, and the rest of the room knows a lot more about Finland than me. But I am a philosopher, which means I'm trained to come up with general statements and make them sound very convincing, right? So that's what I want to do. So what I want to look at is this idea that, you know, what can we do with bringing these sort of two experiments together in a sense, right? I mean, what are some of the options here? So, hold on, is this working? Oh, no, it's not. So I'm trying to move this, but...
You can use this.
Right. Ah, okay, cool. So the starting point really is that we are, it's something I said at the very beginning, we are, I think, in a very unique situation, right? We have two countries experimenting with a pilot here. The similar time frame is important. And interestingly enough, although, you know, we kind of got there in a roundabout way, it looks like we're looking at similar enough groups, right? We're looking at social assistance beneficiaries in some sense or other. There are, of course, important differences. We've seen a lot of this today, right? There's a lot of differences between the experimental design details in Finland and in Netherlands. Interesting differences between, you know, going for a national scheme as opposed to much more concentrated municipal scheme. The political process is something that fascinates me. I mean, my background is really in politics much more. I mean, apart from the philosophy bit, I really moved to the dark side. And I became, you know, a sort of a politics scholar, I guess. So the very fascinating idea of, you know, in Finland, this is top-down, this comes from the national government, and then, you know, and of course there's all sorts of engagement with Finnish groups and civil societies, and of course Kela is in there and so on and so forth. But it is very different from the process in the Netherlands, which really started up from the bottom. And as we've heard from many of the participants here, I mean, you know, the struggle of then getting the national government on board is one of the things that you guys face very, very much. And another very, very important difference, I mean, you know, those of us who work on social policy or politics in a sort of, you know, different jurisdictions, different welfare states and so on, you're rapidly very aware of the fact that, you know, we're talking about, you know, different social background, different political background, different institutions, right? A lot of these things to take into account. So we have similarities, we have a lot of differences, and that's the starting point. Okay, let me see. Whoops. Okay, this is gonna go. I'm very, my small coordination is a disaster, so this is gonna go. There you go. Why should we compare? So here are, I think, three reasons. You know, I mean, apart from the fact that it's nice to sit in the same room and enjoy coffee, and, you know, now we know what's happening in Holland, and the Dutch guys knows what happened in Finland. I think there's a bit more to be said from that. One obvious argument is practicalities. I mean, one of the things that we know, for example, if you talk to people who've been involved in some of the older experiments, I mean, believe it or not, some of the people who worked on the negative income tax experiments or on Minkom, they're still alive, just about. You know, they might not be alive very much longer, but if you talk to these people, you sort of get a sense that, you know, as they were running through their experiments, there was constantly challenges and hurdles and so on and so forth. We can expect the same, right? I mean, we're already facing big hurdles. We're sort of talking about, well, once the government sort of finally gets on board, we can start this. But once this is starting, I mean, you know, hurdles will keep coming. And I imagine it would be very, very interesting to keep communicating about those challenges, and especially learn from each other about things to expect, perhaps, but also about possible solutions and so on and so forth. So a very practical kind of sense, you know, let's not reinvent the wheel, let's communicate, and let's, you know, gather that sort of information. I think there's something to be said about building up a cumulative body of knowledge. You know, one of the things that people always say, and Luke had this, I think it was in Luke's presentation, the quote to say, like, you know, well, we know this from a particular jurisdiction, but we shouldn't, you know, negative income tax experiments, we shouldn't expect to know about the facts in Europe. This was the Atkinson quote, right? Which is very true. So it is important that, you know, when we think about basic income policy in a particular country, we should do something like an experiment. At the same time, we can learn from a multitude of experiments. So even in Finland, if we are not able to, say, experiment with some of the behavioral stuff, we can gather insights. I mean, it's reasonable to think that if there's very robust results on, say, reward outperforming sanctions on a behavioral scheme, that we can sort of imagine certain similarities coming up there as well, right? So one of the really interesting things is, as we're getting different experiments around the world, we shouldn't perhaps just fully repeat each other. It will also be interesting to think about variations and what can we add. So building up cumulative knowledge, 0 minutes, really? Wow, this is going to be very fast. Okay, I'm going to cut this short very, very fast. One of the examples that we already mentioned, and we have been talking about, with the Dutch people here in the group this morning, about thinking about what can we possibly standardize in terms of indicators and measurements and so on and so forth across the cases, making it possible to compare later. And then a final point, the political process. We talk a lot about experiments, we talk a lot about the science, we talk a lot about the design, and so on and so forth. But this is also part of policy development. I mean, this is experiments on the way to becoming potentially policy. We need to learn about the political process behind this. We need to understand what, if anything, means that something happens in the Netherlands that might not happen in Finland or the other way around, or might not happen at all in any of the other countries. So we're only at the beginning of trying to understand why basic income is now suddenly on the agenda. Johanna put that question up there quite vividly, and I share that view. It's like we really don't know this, and I think understanding what's happening on the experiment is a very, very important component in that. And I have 7 more slides, which I'll leave with you. Thanks, Ollie.
Thank you very much, and sorry for hushing you. And the reason is that the janitor is peeping there, and he's very nervous there, so that we have to close down this session. And thank you for participation in the discussions that we have had here. So that I think that I'm a little bit new person. I'm not a philosopher. So that I have perhaps not changed my mind, but I'm thinking differently. And that's very important. Thank you very much. And let's keep in touch and do comparative stuff together. Thank you very much.